Joo, kuunnelkaa. Tervetuloa Salaliittojakso. Tää on oikeastaan super salaliittojakso. Koska on niin paljon salaliittoja ja diippejä salaliittoja. Että mistä me edes aloitettaisiin. Itse asiassa taidan tietää, mistä aloitetaan. Ottakaa hetki. Nyt on väärä ikkunakaappaus. Tässä. Aloitetaan. Haluatteko tuon chatin pois tieltä? Onko se häiritseekö se teitä? Jos se häiritsee, voin ottaa sen pois. Se voi olla itse asiassa hyvä ottaa pois. Noin. Nyt on chatti pois näkyvistä. On aika joo, otetaan pois, että jengi voi keskittyä paremmin näihin. Koska keskittyminen on tosi tärkeä asia. Ottakaa. Olen tässä monta salaliittojaksoa maininnut Pedersörestä. Että se on kuin Suomen Skinwalker Ranch. Tehnyt Facebook-päivityksiä ja muuta. Ja siellä on kadonnut lyhyen ajan sisällä, kuukauden ajan sisällä 3 ihmistä. Yksi löydettiin elossa, mutta ei mitään lisätietoa siitä, muuta kuin se oli ollut 2 viikkoa metsässä ja se löytyi elossa. Yksi löytyi kuolleena ja yksi ei ole löydetty vieläkään. Ja siitä puolisen vuotta eteenpäin alle tuli meteoriitti, lentää Pedersöreen. Ja sitten siellä on vielä energiaa, aistivat tietää, niin valtava energia lähtee sieltä alueelta. Niin ei auttanut, kun oli sitten mun pakko mennä katsoa, mistä siinä on kyse. Ja kävin jokaisessa katoamispaikassa ja kuvasin dronella videoita. Ja mä näytän sen teille nytten tässä lähetyksessä. Tää oli pari viikkoa sitten tää reissu.
Tällä syrjäisellä pohjalaisella kylätiellä 37-vuotias mies nähtiin viimeisen kerran ennen katoamistaan reilut 3 viikkoa sitten. Erikoista on se, että kuukauden sisään pienellä paikkakunnalla Pedersöressä on kadonnut 2 muutakin miestä. Kadonneita on kaikkiaan 3. 2 heistä katosi täällä Ylipurmon kylässä, 3 20 kilometrin päässä. 1 miehistä poliisi arveli kävelleen tuota tietä tämän autokorjaamon ohitse. Korjaamon valvontakameroissa ei miehestä kuitenkaan näy vilaustakaan.
Miten tuo on mahdollista? Kuulitteko te, mitä se sanoi? Se on kävellyt tän ohi, mutta sitä ei ole näkynyt kamerassa.
Poliisi arveli kävelleen tuota tietä tämän autokorjaamon ohitse. korjaamon valvontakameroissa ei miehestä kuitenkaan näy vilaustakaan. Tilanteen takia poliisi on nähty viime viikkoina Ylipurmon kylänraitilla poikkeuksellisen usein.
En mä tiedä, haluaako ne sitten.
Näitkö tämän tulipallon taivaalla sunnuntai-iltana? Tähtitieteellinen yhdistys Ursa kertoo, että se oli meteori, joka tippui jonnekin Pedersören alueelle.
Oho, eli te tiedätte, että tällainen meininki on Pedersöressä. Tuonne ajoi joku 4-5 tuntia, mutta vihdoinkin se tapahtui ja mentiin. Kattokaa. Siinä matkan varrella Hämeenlinnaa. Tuli käyty tuolla Aulangossa. On kyllä kaunis paikka. Kelat noin korkealle rakennettu tuommoinen kivitorni. Ja tässä on Pedersören siirtolohkare, joka kuuluu Suomen suurimpiin siirtolohkareisiin. Kattokaa miten iso siirtolohkare. Tuolla tuuli sikana. Katso minkä kokoinen siirtolohkare. Tämä on yksi Suomen suurimpia siirtolohkareita. Kyllä tuonne on rakennettu kunnon tommoset rappuset, että sä pääset tuon päälle. Siinä on kyllä. Kela, tääkin on vielä Pedersören alueella. Tuolla vaan keskellä metsää on tuommoinen jyrkä lepaa. Tuommoinen järkäle itse asiassa. Kunnon järkäle. Ja sitten tässä on nyt tulee videota ensimmäisestä katoamispaikasta, joka on Ilveskivessä. Tää on Dälgärin tie, Ylipurmio, 37-vuotiaan miehen viimeinen havaintopaikka. Tämä on se, joka ei löydetty. Ja tässä on droonivideo alueesta. Katsokaa, tämmöinen se on. Oliko energioita? Kohta mennään niihin. Sitten kun mua kiinnosti, niin että mennä tonne noin katsoa mitä tuolla on, mutta bro, tuolla oli niin paljon kärpäsiä, ne kaikki seurasi mua. Ja tuolla oli niin semmoista tiheitä metikköä, tuossa oli vaikea kävellä tonne. Mutta kun mua kiinnosti tietää toi keskikohta tuossa. Tällaisessa alueessa vaan jengi katoaa. Ei tässä ole mitään, mihin sä voit kadota. Tällainen paikka. Sitten tässä on seuraava katoamispaikka, 44-vuotiaan miehen havainto. Vaan tämä on 50-vuotiaan miehen katoaminen. Nämä menee eri järjestyksessä. Täälläkin tuossa on vaan peltoa ja metsää, ei tässä ole niinku mitään muuta. Täälläkin joku katosi tämmöisessä alueessa. Täällä se oli kadonnut. Täällä se alue, missä se katosi, viimeksi nähtiin. Täällä on lisää videoita katoamispaikasta. Metsää. Ei täällä ole muuta kuin metsää. Yritin katsoa vähän tonnekin, jos näkyy jotain epäilyttävää, mutta eipä näkynyt mitään. Erityistä. Tää on niinku tämmöistä pelkkää landea tää alue. Siellä UFO menee Pedersöre. Tämä on tämä Lapsworthin kylä, missä oli sit se viimeinen katoamistapaus. Kato, peltoa ja metsää. Tämä koko Pedersöre oli tämmöistä. Peltoa ja metsää. Täällä vaan jengi katoilee. Niin kuin mihin sä katot edes tämmöisessä paikassa? Sitten täällä oli kirkko. Tässä mä vähän tuolla dronella tsekkasin. Täällä näet maakuvia. Sitten täällä kun menee tuonne metsään, kattokaa. Kato minkälaista tiheitä toi metikkä on. Tuolla oli täynnä hyttysiä, kärpäsiä. Vaikea kulkusta maastoa. Tällainen. Ja sitten mennään siihen itse energiajuttuun. Niin ihan sekka. Vaihdetaan skeneä ja tarkistetaan. Se on oikeassa kohdassa. No se tulee vähän myöhemmin se Pedersöre. No, mä voin näyttää sen mun Facebookista. Ootas hetki. No, tähän me jäätiin. Tein kato kartan. Missä se on? Täällä ihan hetki. Tässä. Elikkä vaihdetaan skene. Tässä Pedersöre tuli vihdoin käytyä täällä paikan päällä. Tämä on mun Facebook-päivitys. Mä olen tehnyt useita päivityksiä Pedersören katoamisista sekä alueella havaitusta tulipallosta. Nyt tuli vihdoin lähdettyä paikan päälle tutkimaan asiaa itse. Päivän aikana kiersin dronen kanssa kaikki tiedossa olevat katoamispaikat ja kävin tutkimassa yhtä Suomen suurimmista siirtolohkareista. Ennen kaikkea yritin muodostaa oman käsitykseni siitä, millainen paikka Pedersöre oikeasti on. Mitään erikoista en löytänyt, mutta yksi asia jäi erityisesti mieleen. Alueen poikkeuksellinen voimakas energia. Tiedän, että kaikki eivät ymmärrä energia-asioita eikä tarvitsekaan. Kerron vain oman kokemukseni. Olen vuosien aikana kiertänyt Suomen monia voimapaikkoja, mutta Pedersöressä koin tähän mennessä voimakkaamman energia-alueen, jonka olen Suomessa koskaan tuntenut. Kartoitin päivän aikana laajahkon alueen, jolla energia pystyy aistimaan. Mielenkiintoista oli sama alueeseen osuu myös 2 tunnetuista katoamispaikoista. Tähän asti ainoa paikka Suomessa, joka on edes jokseenkin lähellä samanlaista energiaa, on Hietaniemen hautausmaa ja Näsinkivet Porvossa. Silti Pedersöre oli oman kokemukseni mukaan vielä voimakkaampi ja vaikutus ulottui paljon laajemmalle alueelle. En osaa sanoa, mistä tämä johtuisi. Mutta nytten kuunnelkaa tätä. Voisiko syy olla maan alla? Vuonna 2022 New Yorkin pormestari Eric Adams puhui julkisesti siitä, että hänen mielestään New Yorkin erityinen energia voisi liittyä kaupungin alla olevaan kallioperään ja kristalleihin. Moni varmasti nauroi ajatukselle, mutta kiinnostava oli, että haastatellut mineraaliasiantuntijat muistuttivat Manhattanin alla olevan poikkeuksellinen mineraalirikkaan kallioperän. Heidän mukaansa erityisesti kvartsi ja muut mineraalit voisivat olla syynä siihen, miksi osa ihmisistä kokee esimerkiksi Central Parkin hyvin voimakkaana paikkana, samanlaisen vahva energiapaikkana kuin Pedersören. Siksi jäi miettimään samaa myös Pedersören kohdalla. Voisiko kyse olla harvinaisesta mineraaliesiintymästä, poikkeuksellisesta geologiasta tai jostain muusta luonnollisesta ilmiöstä, jota emme vielä tunne? En tiedä, mutta kysymys on tutkimisen arvoinen. Ja mä siis sanon tämän, siis New Yorkin pormestari on puhunut muuten tommosia juttuja, kattokaa. Tässä on nyt mäpätty Pedersören energeettinen alue. Tiedättekö te tutkijoilla annetaan johonkin feministitutkimuksia ja muihin satoja tonneja. Nämä pitäisi antaa mulle, että mä voin tehdä tämmöisiä energiakartoituksia, tutkimuksia, koska tää yksin mulla ei ole aikaa tehdä kunnon tutkimuksia, mutta tämä on oikeasti super mielenkiintoinen paikka Suomessa. Ja jos joskus jotain tämän alta löytyy, niin mulle pitää antaa kreditit siitä. Tässä se on Pedersören energeettinen alue. Tässä mä oon mäpännyt tämän ekana Suomessa. Tämä pitäisi oikeasti laittaa jonkun Suomen valtioarkistoon. Tämä on tärkeä kartta. Pedersören energeettinen alue. Se on tässä. Se ei ole koko Pedersöre, se on tämä alue tässä. Ja tässä on tämä artikkeli. Kattokaa, tämä on oikea artikkeli. New Yorkin pormestarikin tietää nämä energiajutut. Kattokaa. Kattokaa. Tässä. Kato. Se sanoo, että kristallit antaa special energy kaupungille. Pormestari. Kattokaa. Ex-pormestari. Mikä kuva. Oota, tästä on parempi artikkeli. Tässä, kattokaa. Ihan varmasti Pedersöressäkin on pakko olla samanlainen, koska en mä tiedä mikä muu se voi olla. Kun se on niin iso alue, missä on energia, eikä sillä ole mitään merkittävää historiaa. Kattokaa. Siellä on täynnä aarteita Pedersören alla. Mut joo, jatketaan. Otapas. Katsotaan avautuuko nää.
A lot of lies. I think they're like Shih Tzu dogs. Like I think they were never wild.
Really?
They ovulate 3 days a year. They can't survive. All they do is eat bamboo and they cannot make them procreate. Guess what a group of pandas is called?
What?
An embarrassment of pandas. China owns all of them, which only happens if you have a patent, right? They were never in Chinese literature or art until the end of the 19th century.
What?
Yeah.
Pandas weren't?
My theory is they were like bred to eat bamboo because bamboo is super hard to get rid of, and all they do is eat bamboo, and they're like retarded, and they roll down hills, and they can't have sex.
They weren't in Chinese art or literature?
Never, not until the end of the 1800s.
Okay, so that proves it right there, because like,
Yeah,
how
there-
could you not paint a panda?
Panda Salaliitto. Näköjään semmonenkin on. No mikäs tää on?
now reporting a surge of aggressive ticks that, as you can see by the video, have a tendency to chase their victims. Yes, chase. The video you're seeing is believed to be of a tick called the hyaloma, which according to biologist Dmitry Savanov is not only resistant to hunger, extreme weather conditions and aerosol sprays, but also is not native to Russian territory, but rather Africa and Asia. He suggested they could have been brought to Russia through migratory birds. But what he said in an interview about these ticks is the stuff of nightmares. These are real hunters. If our ticks near Moscow are partisan who sit quietly in the grass and wait for you to pass by, then the hyaloma behaves aggressively. They see the victim and run after them. Moreover, they're
Bro, miten kuumottava tommonen, kun seuraa sua. Mitä ihmettä oikeesti.
This guy explains how you can actually hear the voice of God.
The most dramatic thing that happened to me in my second year, we were working a day work kidnapping case, kid from a bus stop. I talked to the dad. I felt horrible for him. I told the dad, we're going to find your kid, which you're never supposed to do. And I pulled my cruiser, like, I don't know, a mile away from the site where the bus stop was. And I was just sitting there and I was asking God, can you find a kid? Like, do you do this anymore? I mean, I think in the Bible you could, but like, can you find a kid? Do you find kids? If you did, how would I know? How would you direct me? And I was just, and I was mad. I was banging on the steering wheel of my car because it was sad. It was a sad situation. If you know where this kid is and you want to show me, how would I know? Like, I was yelling. And I realized the problem with people when we pray is we ask God questions and we never pay attention after we ask. We ask them and then we're on to the next thing.
Interesting.
But when you ask a question, God can answer according to the scripture from anything, anywhere, nature, animals, people, the Bible, impressions, voices. We just ask and then we just go on with it. We're not aware of anything. So I asked him that question and this car came down the street behind me, just going 25 miles an hour slow down the street. And he gets even with me because I'm sitting on the side of the road. He gets even with me and I just look at the driver and he looks at me and I feel really sick to my stomach, like someone punched me.
Dang.
And then I was like, oh my gosh, I asked the question. I'm paying attention once I asked. And now I'm very aware of this guy and this very sick feeling in my stomach. So I'm going to act on that. I got out of my cruiser and I walked up to him and the car was empty. It was just him in it. And I said, I was worked up and I said, get out of your car and open your trunk right now. Get out and open right now. Open the trunk. And he gets out and he opens the trunk and the kid is in the trunk of his car. He's just laying on the ground on the pavement going, wow, why did you stop me? How did you know? Like that? And I'm like, well, I was praying about it.
See, we can be good at talking to God, but how good are we at actively watching and listening for his answers?
Sori, oli vähän pitkä, mutta Kela tuo vielä poliisiin. Tuo oli hullu testimoni. Okei, jatketaan. Meillä on niin paljon salaliittoja. Mennään nyt vaan kuumimpiin salaliittoaiheisiin. Katsotaan. Joo, nyt on kuulemma 4 species of alien have been pulled from crashed UFOs, ex-government researcher. Sitten täällä on joku Instagram-juttu, katsotaan mikä tää on. Oikeasti teki jotain taikatemppuja ja mennään eteenpäin. Mikä sigili tää on? No ei mennä siihenkään. Syntyvyys laskee rajusti maailmalla. Mahdollinen syy selvisi. Katsotaan mikä se syy on. Se saattaa johtua kännyköistä. Kännykät aiheuttaa syntyvyyden laskua. Kattokaa, tässä alkaa tämä mielenkiintoiseksi tämä artikkeli. Kattokaa nyt. Elikkä Lukekaa nyt tämä otsikko. Syntyvyys laskee rajusti maailmalla. Mahdollinen syy selvisi. Tiedättekö mitä se meinaa? Katsokaa. Vaikka syntyvyyden lasku on kiihtynyt maailmalla, on Talouslehden kokoaman datan perusteella ilmiöllä selkeä yhteys yleistyneeseen älypuhelinteknologian käyttöön. Myös tutkijat ovat kiinnittäneet yhä suuremmissa määrin huomion asiaan. Lehti viittaa viime kuussa julkaistuun tutkimukseen, jonka mukaan syntyvyys laski Yhdysvalloissa ja Britanniassa nopeimmin alueilla, joissa nopeat 4G-verkkoyhteydet otettiin käyttöön ensimmäisenä. Talouslehti lisää sen kokoaman datan osoittavan, että ilmiö on ollut todettavissa myös muissa maissa. Kattokaa mitä tässä lukee. Esimerkiksi teini-ikäisten ja nuorten aikuisten syntyvyys pysyi Yhdysvalloissa, Britanniassa ja Australiassa suurin piirtein ennallaan 2000-luvun alkupuolella, mutta alkoi laskea selvästi vuodesta 2007 lähtien. Lehden mukaan syntyvyys kääntyi laskuun myös Ranskassa ja Puolassa vuoden 2009 tienoilla. Pohjoismaissa 4G-verkot otettiin ensimmäisenä käyttöön. Ruotsissa ja Norjassa saman vuoden lopulla. Suomeen 4G-verkot rantautuivat seuraavana vuonna. Kaikki nämä käännekoot osuvat ajallisesti yhteen älypuhelinten laajamittaisten yleistymisen kanssa paikallisilla markkinoilla, PT huomauttaa. Entä 5G? Kohta tulee 6G, niin sitten ei pelkästään enää synny, vaan kuolee. Oikeesti, mitä hittoa? Me myöntää tässä suoraan, mitä noi tekee oikeesti. En tiedä, oliko tarkoitus olla niin vai ei, mutta niin siinä taisi nyt käydä. Istutettiinko borrelioosi punkkeihin laboratoriossa? Yhdysvaltain edustajanhuone vaatii Pentagonia selvittämään, tekikö asevoimat hyönteisistä bioaseita. Tää on Yle. Katsotaan mikä tämä artikkeli oikein on. Artikkeli oli 7 vuotta vanha. Tuore kirja vihjaa, että pieleen mennyt bioasetutkimus olisi aiheuttanut borrelioosin leviämisen Yhdysvalloissa 60-luvulla. Asevoimia syytetään hyönteisbioaseiden kehittämisestä. Punkkinaaraita täällä on. Väitteitä salaisista sotilasohjelmista. Rinnakkaisuniversumin sinä ohjaa elämääsi, väittää uusi teoria. Donald Trump oli postannut tämmöisen kuvaan. Väitetysti, en tiedä. Ja varmasti aitoa. En tiedä miksi se on laittanut.
Cancer.
Tää on aito video, energiaa kertoo.
看到没有？就是在那个餐馆
Chigon Grandmaster Pang Ming.
有和一个雅虎，这么一个。法器，各位老师，咱们一块留一拿法器。
Okei, mutta kyllä te tajusitte. Yes.
This forum post, and I'm going to put it directly on the screen, and I'm going to read it word for word. It says this, quote, I work for a private charter company in Ontario, Canada. The company handles booking and chartering flights across Ontario mainly.
Okei, jaksamaan. Mennään eteenpäin. Mikäs tässä jaksossa on mielenkiintoista?
Them underground. What's interesting about this is that in ancient Sumeria, they tell of beings called the Anunnaki, who also came from the stars. The Hopi word Anu means ant, and the word Naki means
Jos vaan tietäis mikä kohta tässä videossa. Jatketaan eteenpäin. Nyt ei jaksa mennä näin. Joku oli napannut UFOsta kuvaa. Onko toi UFO tai jotain? Oli mun mimminkaan puolus. Tollainen tuli ja liikkuu ihan veen nopea eri suuntia ja sit se vaan katosi. Se energia kertoo, että se on oikein. Okei, mitäs täällä on?
I just took a flight from Atlanta to Toronto, and I specifically picked the way this with my P900, and I don't see how that is possible if the sun is 93 million miles away. Plain to see, if 900 miles away, the sun is going to start rising through that thick layer of clouds right there. Now, if the sun is 93 million miles away, it would be rising at the horizon, not in the middle of the clouds, right there.
Onko aurinko sittenkin lähellä vai ei? En tiedä. Kuinka lähellä se on. Tää oli tää kuminaama äijä.
He's got his mask all tucked in today.
Ai vanhoja, mennään eteenpäin.
You can ask the flowers. I sit for hours. Telling all the bluebirds. The bill and coo birds.
Onks julkikset edes ihmisiä?
You can ask the flowers. I sit for hours. Telling all the bluebirds.
Okei, mennään eteenpäin. Mikä tää on? Mikäs tää on? Musta surmatappo 2/3 kristityistä ja eurooppalaisista. Okei, no tässä nyt on jotain syytöksiä. Ennen tämä nyt on ihan väärä tähän jaksoon. Aliens in Colorado. CIA accused of using DNA-testipalveluita, että ne trackaa alien-geenejä. Tai tommosia, jotka on periytynyt DNA mukaan testeistä alieniksi, bloodlineiksi. Niin, älkää laittako teidän DNAta Ancestry tai 23andMe ja muihin noihin. Paitsi mä laitoin jo, ne kohta hakee mut. Tää on hullu. Liittyyköhän se tähän? Katsotaan.
Type in Catherine Cross.
Catherine Cross.
Killed by human wolves.
Killed by human wolves, okay.
Now, Catherine Cross, I believe this is like 1610. On Catherine Cross's tombstone, it says, killed by human wolves. Her husband was adamant that people who transformed into wolves killed his wife. The autopsy was horrendous. The autopsy comes out and said that it looked like a failed abortion and an animal attack. Her husband ended up almost in an insane asylum until one of the doctors pretty much understood, look, I know what happened to your wife. These things are real. They exist in this area, but you got to stop talking about it because if you don't, you know,
they're going to come pick you up,
They're going to come pick you up. Now, this was in the 1600s, I believe, when this took place. Let me pull it up real quick, make sure it's cross right. This is in American history.
Died in, yeah. This is 1917.
It's 1917. I said 1600s. I was tripping. Now, see, what people don't understand is women's menstrual cycles used to be directly connected to the moon.
28 days, yeah.
So if that is interrupted, things can happen. Now, I got this I want to show you on his trail cam, and this was in the deep south. Why is that on this man's trail camera?
Yeah, you can't say this is a human being.
You can't say that's a human being.
Mikä se oli? Okei. Siis tiedättekö, se on sellainen sarja, vai leffa, en muista, mutta Three Body Problem. Ja se on se sarja, mitä Obama oli sanonut, että se paljastaa asioita. Ja sitten oli nämä tiedemiehet, jotka kuolee. Tässäkin ne kuolee, ne tiedemiehet. Tapetaan. Ja sitten tämä, joka teki tämän sarjan, joka Obaman mukaan paljastaa asioita, tämä Three Body Problem, niin se tapettiin, myrkytettiin ja se vaimokin yritettiin, mutta se selvisi hengissä. Tämä on niin shady juttu, mutta siis tämä kaikki kertoo, että tämä paljastaa teille salaisuuksia. Tämä Three Body Problem löytyy Netflixistä. Connected Dots, kyllä te tiedätte, veli.
Who's this? Who is this guy right here playing with his hands like that? Something's going on, guys, at this event. Jake did it too. Who is this guy, bro? Because I ain't never seen him before. And he's giving me R vibes, if you know what I mean. Nah, for real, who is this guy, bro? And why is he doing this with his hands? Shh, shut up! It's not a game. It's not a game. They're showing you. And what they showing you? Nothing. Jake playing with his hands too! Shh, shut up! This needs to stop. Something's going on at these fights, bro. Straight up and down. Jake, look how he's looking at the camera. Did they tell you to do this?
Sitten, mikäs tää on? Reporteri, joka tutki Jeffrey Epsteiniä pakenee Jenkeistä väitetyn energia-asehyökkäyksen takia. Nämä on totta, nämä energia-aseet. Ne on aika kuumottavia. Siinä. Sellaistakin voi käydä. Mikäs tää on? Laitetaan uudestaan. Näinkö mä oikein? Ketä pervoja on tehnyt tämän? Minio. Okei, tää on liikaa. Onks tää nyt salaliittoa jalkassa? Joo, ei boikotoikaan Minio. Okei, mä jaksan näitä. Tässä. Zoomans-resonantti on noussut nyt kuulemma aika menee. Katsotaan. Okei, en tiedä.
Let's do a quick experiment real quick. Raise your hand, okay? What I want you to do is with your mind, the same mind that you try to logically make decisions with and control reality with, okay? Use this mind to close your hand in 5 seconds. Don't move anything. Don't do anything. Use your mind. They say you were taught that you are able to move your body because of the neural activity in your mind that, you feel me, connects everything together. Okay, cool. So with that same mind that they taught you, move your hand right now. Move it. I'm trying to move my hand with my mind. I'm trying. Now that I've tried, close your hand. Who did that? Who did that? Was it you? Can you tell me what you did to make your hand close that was opposing to when you tried it the first time with your mind? Because if your mind is how you're moving around and how I'm moving my hands and doing this right now, I don't really think about none of this shit that I do, nor say. So are you truly in control like you think you are? This experiment alone separates the illusion. It's simple tactics like this. I can give you 1,000,000 of these. I done broke, like, come on. I am you. Look at my face without adding any context to it. What are you looking at? A human? Nothing looks normal when you look at it without context because it never was. Nothing looks normal. You think my head is separate from this fan right now. That's an optical illusion. That's an optical illusion. The actual end of the fan that you can't see doesn't exist. This isn't animated. This is the reality that you walk around in first person perspective every day. This is not for entertainment purposes. I am you in your dream. You think dreams are fake? This is real? No. I am in your dream right now. In your external animated projection of consciousness. as a blob of meat.
Bro, älä et saa mun unessa, veli, älä tuu. Mitäs täällä on? Kattokaa, Vantaalla on ollut joskus Viljaympyrää. Vuonna 1998, kattokaa. Tietenkin Kämänen, kun se on Vantaalla, mutta siinä on kuitenkin Viljaympyrää. Vuonna 1998. Miksi me ei saada Suomessa edes hienoja Viljaympyrää oikeesti? Mikä tää on oikeesti? Tää on joku jälkeen jäänyt UFOn tekemään. Alieni tekemään. Okay.
Am I crazy or am I seeing this too? This looks like fingers, right? That's exactly what I think it looks like. A hand or fingers with fingernails. Be prepared to be amazed. Let's just zoom out. Am I crazy or am I seeing this too? This looks like fingers, right? That's exactly what I think it looks like. A hand or fingers with fingernails. Be prepared to be amazed. Let's just zoom out.
Ette enää teidän silmä ikinä samanlaisia. Mikä tää on?
Pararam no céu hoje, na verdade desde o Rio Grande do Sul até aqui no Paraná. Tem gente que vai dizer que não, de nada. Não é normal isso, ó. Ali tem mais um avião.
Taitaako olla se UFO Brasiliasta ja sitten jotain hävittäjiä alkoi ilmestyä. Mikäs tää on? No en jaksa näitä nyt mennä. No katsotaan mikä nyt tää on. Eikö tätä saa käännettyä? Antaa. Jotain säteilystä 5G:stä tai jotain, mitä ikinä nämä on. Sitten CIA, kato Daily Mail on kirjoittanut, CIA syytetään ilmakehän myrkyttämisestä. Secret Weather Control Agenda, säämuokkausagenda. Kattokaa, nyt täällä on harvinainen video merenneidosta. Kuunnelkaa, mä kuullut siis mä tunnen suomalaisia, jotka on puhunut niiden kokemuksista merenneitojen kanssa ja tälleen näin. Nämä oikeasti, ne on lähtenyt lapsena ja tälleen, mutta kyllä mä uskon, että niitä on olemassa.
We got another one over here. What are those? On each side of the boat? What are those trails called? What's something swimming fast underneath that water? Something swimming real fast underneath that water. I hear him. Where's he at? What the fuck is that noise, bro? What is that noise? Where are you? This is crazy. I heard it. I heard it. I hear it. Oh my God. That's crazy. That's nuts.
Bro, toi olisi kuumottavaa oikeasti.
siis ma küsin, kui palju on elamiskõlblikkus siin ruumis, 77% kuskil, nii. Kui ma küsin, kui palju on siin negatiivset elamiskõlblikkust, näitab mingi 30 ringis.
Tää on joku Tallinnan joku rahakeisari.
Kui ma lähen mingisse ruumi sisse või mingile maapinnale, siis lihtsalt pane korra silmad kinni, hinga sügavalt ja sa tegelikult tunned selle energeetika sealt ära. On nagu nõunik tegelikult, ütleme, et ega ma siis selle järgi ütleme, et kui mõistus ikka ütleb, et no ei ole nii, no siis ma parem ei tee. Et ega ma ei hakka pendli järgi siis tegema asju, millest keha aru ei saa. Aga asi on lihtsalt selles, et kui pendel korra näitab, siis tekib sul tegelikult avardumine tekib.
Siis tämä on varmaan Viron rikkain mies tai rikkaimpia miehiä. Siis vielä te ette ymmärrä. New Yorkin entinen pormestari puhuu teille energioista. Viron yksi varakkaimmista henkilöistä puhuu teille energioista. Slimmil puhuu teille energioista. Tähän pitää nyt alkaa oikeasti ymmärtää tämä energiageimi. Koska vaikutusvaltaiset ihmiset tietää. Okei, katsotaan mitä muuta. Niin ja sitten vielä yksi juttu kelloista. Mulla on nyt tullut vastaan näitä salaliittovideoita, että ihmiset, joilla on seinäkello tai mikrossa kello tai autossa kello, niin ne on joko 2 minuuttia edellä tai jäljessä kuin puhelimen kello. Ja se on jännä juttu on se, että muistan, että mä vaihon autossa tismalleen saman kellon, mikä mun puhelimessa on, ja mulla näyttää 2 minuuttia edellä. Sitten mä kysyin Broidilta, sillä oli sama juttu, mutta taaksepäin. Et kiinnittäkää huomioon, jos teillä on autossa kello tai jossain muualla kuin puhelimessa. Kattokaa mätsääkö se minuutilleen teidän puhelimen kellon kanssa. Tätä asiaa pitää vähän tutkia vielä enemmän. Ne elää omassa ajassa, nimenomaan. Tai sit Cern on tehnyt jotain. No ei. Katolinen manaja poistettiin sen asemasta, kun se sanoi, että UFO-havainnot voi olla demonisia.
I don't know how long ago, but they created these candles that burn for exactly 24 hours, and in those 24 hours they've constantly kept making and producing them, traditionally speaking. And as Cern continues to do their large hydrogen collider and keep fucking with time, they started to pretty much mathematically draw conclusions that time is speeding up. So 24 hours that used to feel like 24 hours are really 16 hours now, and those candles is how they figured it out, or how they studied it, or how they tracked it. Found this out yesterday. Monks knew that they were fucking with time, I don't know how long ago, but they created these candles that burn for exactly 24 hours, and in those 24 hours they've constantly kept making and producing them, traditionally speaking. And as Cern continues to do their large hydrogen collider and keep fucking with time, they started to pretty much mathematically draw conclusions that time is speeding up. So 24 hours that used to feel like 24 hours are really 16 hours now, and those
Siis ma küsin, kui palju on elamiskõlblikkus siin ruumis, 77% kuskil, nii. Kui ma küsin, kui palju on siin korra järgi siis tegema asju.
Pahoittelen, että mulla oli mutella. Mutta kattokaa, niin hullu uutinen, että hävinnyt Amerikan tiedenaisen ruumis löytyi skelettonaisedina. Asekuti löytyi. Mitä ikinä tähän sairas otsikko. Se on mitään järkeä. Tämä on jopa hämärämpi kuin Stubbin kellaripoliisin kuolema. Tai sitten eduskunnan portaissa kansanedustajan kuolema. En mä tiedä, ne on kyllä ihan yhtä mysteeriä kaikki oikeasti. Ja. Kato, tää on oikea video, koska tää energia kertoo se. Tää on oikea video.
Usually Uber eating, dropping off some food.
Tää on oikeasti voimakas.
I have all address. Gotta be accepted by Simpson, right? I see this again. I'm not gonna accept it. I'll tell you that. So make sure I'm not tripping. Make sure I'm not tripping. So, I'm dropping off the DoorDash. The Uber eating. I can't even get my daggone company straight.
Toi on vahva energia, jota mulla alkaa röyhtäsyttää
You're
oikeesti.
gonna see a vibration.
Kattominen omalla vastuulla, mä en
He's
tiedä.
tapping at the window. He's definitely gonna hear it. What the? Hell no.
Se on hautaus.
Hell no. Tripping. Tripping. No, I'm not tripping. Oh, hell no. 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 Okay.
Nyt on voimakas energia. Nyt tapahtuu jo. Oven kahvaa. Koskettiin 2 kertaa. 3.
No.
Nyt on taas voimakas. Ui.
Hell no. Hell no. Nope.
Toi on aito video. Kattokaa joku tämmönen teknologia, mikä ottaa kontrollin sun hermostoista, nervous system. Kattokaa.
see yet, but let's turn it on for.
Oh, this is insane.
What are you doing? So, yeah, we just turned it on. You felt his like whole body just shift in real time.
Holy shnikes. Insane.
So like this is like a
No, it's going down my whole central nerve. Like I can feel it running down my back.
So now we're gonna try like an alpha state.
Oh my God, brings you up. No, go back to the chill. This is you developed this?
Yeah, this is my tech. So this
Guys,
one's like more.
This
like
is
calmer.
Bananas.
Have you ever felt anything like this before?
No.
No.
Go back to the first one.
This one.
Oh. No, I'm not.
Like,
it legit is. It like my hairs are standing up for a reason. Like you know that's the truth sensor.
And then we're gonna do like more relaxing one for real.
Oh my God.
Mä tuon tän ekana markkinoille, älkää huoliko.
I don't believe it until I try it. This is insane.
What does it feel like? What is it doing to your body?
I mean, it's sending chills throughout my entire like. No, it's like I literally if you can make calm tangible, that's what this does.
Tän otsikon pitäisi olla Black man gives white man orgasm. Okei, oota. Mennään eteenpäin.
A Texas man believes he may have witnessed a parallel universe overlap after finding a tree branch floating in the sky above his backyard. According to the man, he had just come home when he noticed his dog acting strange. The dog was standing outside and staring at one spot in the air. At first, he thought it was looking at a bird or a bug, but when he looked up, he saw a small branch just hanging there. The branch was not connected to a tree, a wire, a roof, or anything else. It did not swing in the wind, and it did not fall. It was simply frozen in the sky. The man was so confused that he called his neighbor over. The neighbor also saw it and reportedly had no idea how to explain it. After the video went viral, some people said it was probably stuck on a spider web. But the man said it rained soon after he found it, and even after the rain stopped, the branch was still floating in the same place. He also tried throwing rocks at it, but the rocks did not hit the branch. He said they seemed to pass through the spot like nothing was there. That is why he started to believe the branch may have belonged to another universe and briefly appeared in his backyard. He contacted local media, and they planned to come the next day. But when he woke up, the branch had disappeared. What do you think is the reason?
CIA vei risukasa. Risumies vei risukasa. Viso risumies. Epärauhassa. 222 pitkin.
Sä tuot tänne kaupungin kuntoradan maastoon puutarhajätettä.
No, vie vittu nuo entiset tuosta ensin. Minä en ole huviukko.
Sä tuot siihen lisää vaan, noin niinku ihan omasta halusta.
No perkele vittu, kun mä työnnän ne tähän.
Almannin tiellä on jätepiste, siellä otetaan puutarhajätettä vastaan.
Ei oteta tähän aikaan.
Ole ihmisten ajoissa liikkeelle. Viititkö ottaa vielä noin risut, mitkä toit tohon nyt tullessa?
Mun tekis mieli ampua sun, saatana.
Aha, ai tekis. Onks sulla ase?
Haista vittu!
Onks sulla ase?
Haista vittu!
Onks sulla ase?
Haista vittu!
Keräätkö ystävällisesti noin risus pois?
Kyllä, mutta älä leiki kovista, sä oot ihan huviukko loppuun.
Oot sä juovuksissa?
Tiedätkö, ei ole, mutta kuule Kyrpä, minäkin oon tehnyt vartiomies Sammu.
Joo, lenkillä.
Joo. Älä leiki perkele Jeesusta, iso mies.
Sä oot ympäristön paskaaja.
No perkele, että sinä näet saatana runkkari, mikä kasa.
Se oot ison kasan tuonut siihen.
Perkele, mitä?
Minkä takia sä puhut noin epäkohteliasti?
No kun sä oot Kyrpä.
Sä oot roskias tänne kaupungin maastoon.
Etkö sä oot saanut tarpeeksi vartiohommista, saatana. Sä täällä vielä yöllä runkkaat.
Sä tuot jätteitäs tänne jumalauta yhteisiin virkistysaluepaikkoihin.
No
ja pidät mulle tommoista
meteliä.
meteliä.
Pois tuon kasan.
Sinä viet tuon kasan, minkä sä toit.
Voi vittu.
No, ole ystävällinen.
Voi vittu mitä. Ilmanko ne on haukkunut näitä Kouvolan poliisia.
Tiedätkö mikä on YouTube?
En tiedä, mutta Kyrpän syyllä oot.
YouTube tietää kohta sinut.
Joo. Perkele, että on...
Loukku auki ja risut kyytiin ja hyvää illan jatko.
Haista vittu. Minä saattaa haista vittu, iso mies. Noin paskan kärkiä uppata.
Niin sulla on niitä koko pakettiautollinen tulossa siihen. Muutama risu.
Ei joku muutama risu, usko nyt perkele!
Niin. Viet ne vaikka Almanin tielle. Tai ostat silppuriin.
Eihän se on vielä auki enää 10 jälkeen.
Mene silloin kun se on auki. Hyvää illan jatko.
Dog's weirded out. If my dog knows something ain't right, man.
Niin juoris.
Okay.
Se oli salaliittoa risumies. Joo, mies voittaa lotossa 61,2 miljoonaa euroa. Mies on eläköitynyt suojelupoliisin legendaarinen vastavakouluetsivä herra Palko. Kattokaa mikä tää on, onko tää joku deep juttu.
Have you ever seen a picture of your mom pregnant? Do you ever remember seeing one? I think it's highly unlikely. And it's not because of the times. Cameras have been around for a long time. And it's not a question of affordability because I am sure that someone would have figured out a way to take one picture. Anyway, it got me thinking.
Onko teistä olemassa kuvite äidin raskaana? Ja sitten kuulemma Monster Energia on juomassa joku piilotettu koodi. Junnun uutiset, katsotaan.
What's that? Oh, a guy drinking a Monster Energy drink accidentally stumbles upon some sort of code built into the energy drink as he holds it up and the sun reflects off of it onto the wall. What? Tell me more! Yeah, this is wild. If you haven't seen this, this guy's holding this Monster Energy drink, and at one point while he was drinking it, he noticed a reflection off of the sunlight and it reflecting on the wall, which had some Hebrew writing on it, as well as an unknown continent or some sort of place from a map bouncing off the wall. So people that saw this video started to do some research and investigating to figure out what the decoding of it is or what's going on. And one man in particular went in the comments and said he's actually been to this location by remote viewing. He said he went there through a particular program that he was able to remote view on this continent, which he says is past the ice wall in Antarctica.
Hullua. Älkää juoko Monster Energiaa. Kattokaa nyt, toinenkin seuraaja lähetti tämmöisestä valopallosta kuvan. Tässäkin lähtee energiaa tästä kuvaa. Minun kesämökin ympärillä liikkuu tällainen kirkas valopallo keskellä kirkasta päivää. Mikähän se sinun mielestäsi voisi olla? Se näyttäytyy useimmiten muinaisen uhripuun läheisyydessä, joka on valtavan kokoinen hirsipuu. Valtavan kokoinen kuusipuu nimeltä hiisikuusi.
Mä oon siis ollut kahdella tämmöisellä UFOn tutkimusreissulla.
Mitä ne on?
Joo.
Foliohattu?
Joo, mä oon tosi foliohattu.
Okay.
Mulla selvisi, että niinku Suomessa Pudasjärvellä on nähty silleen tosi oudon paljon ufoja. Okay. Että se on ihan silleen maailmanlaajuisissa tilastoissa paljon, silleen, että niin pienestä paikasta niin paljon. Niin sit mä lähdin sinne tutkimaan ja sit mä haastattelin siellä kaikkia eri ihmisiä. Niin sieltä tuli niinku ihan sikapaljon tarinoja ihmisiltä, että miten paljon ne on nähnyt siellä niinku kaikkia valoilmiöitä. Ja Norjassa on vastaava paikka, semmoinen Hesdalen. Niin siellä on niinku 247 kamerat kuvaamassa, koska siellä on niin paljon niitä valoilmiöitä. Niin sit siellä myös mä haastattelin ihmisiä, jotka oli myös niinku nähnyt alieneita ja niinku kaikkea tommoista. Niin sit siellä me laitettiin yöksi kamera ottaa kuvia niinku silleen 30 sekunnin valotusajalla. Niin sitten se kamera sai jotain outoa sinne, mistä me ei sille osattu selittää, että mikä se oli.
Kattokaa, mutta tää jatkuu. Tää sama tyyppi, joka lähetti tän, niin se lähetti, nyt kattokaa, nyt kuunnelkaa, annan varoituksen. Näissä seuraavissa kuvissa lähtee oikeasti paha energia, joten omalla vastuulla te katsotte. Tässä vielä kuva siitä vanhasta hiisikuusesta, joka on eräänlainen portti vainajalaan eli aliseen maailmaan. Sen juurella on tuotu uhreja vainajille ja luonnon hengille. Rituaalin aikana mustaan lyhtyyn sytytetään kynttilä. Aika paksua pakanuutta, jos sen niin haluaa ymmärtää. Okei, ootteko te valmiit nähdä? Toi käy sääliksi, mitä tuolle puulle on tehty. Mutta tällaista löytyy Suomessa. Joku pitäisi oikeasti purkaa toi paikka, puhdistaa toi paikka. Oletteko te valmiita näkemään? Mitä sieltä löytyy? Vai jätetäänkö se pois? Okei, kattokaa sitten omalla vastuulla. Tässä se on. Kattokaa. Tässä on toinen kuva. Kattokaa. Tää on jotain ihan sairasta. Tää ei ole mikään Halloween-koriste, ymmärrättekö te? Oikeesti. Mikäs tää on?
This society would work if there were no secrets.
Don't you think that technology is eventually taking us in that direction?
Yes, but it's not going to be Neuralink. It's not going to be brain computer stuff. It's going to be the real thing.
So you think technology will aid us in achieving the real thing?
Yes.
How so?
Okay, so one day we're talking to Gary Nolan. Make sure they were.
Okei, jaksa liian pitkään.
If you think the dead internet theory is as scary as I do, you need to watch this video because that shit is so fucking real and it's insane. So this is a video, it's about the woman who walked into the water with the 2 dead fish, but just watch this, it's fucking crazy.
Y'all, as soon as I seen the video of the woman holding the 2 fish walking into the water, the first thing that came to my mind was Yemaya. There was a Y'all, as soon as I seen the video of the woman holding the 2 fish walking into the water, the first thing that came to my mind was Yemaya. In addition to that,
she turns around, she's
2 dead fish in her. Y'all, as soon as I seen the video of the woman holding the 2 fish walking into.
Mutta se tajusitte, että ne on kaikki vaan tekoälyllä tehty. Ei voi enää tietää, kuka on oikein, kuka ei. No joku tollanen UFO-video. Sitten oli noi Trumpin noi jutut. Tää on aito video, koska mä oon laittanut ne tää.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. My body is shaking.
Tää on vielä live-striimissä kuvattu.
Holy shit. Dude, there's something like around it. It's literally like invisible or see-through. That's it right there. It's at the ground. Dude, do you hear that? It's so cold, bro.
This started as a live stream over multiple nights. What he captured had everyone convinced that something real had come down from the sky. But by the end of it, everything changes. February 24th, 2026, a user named Alistair Dread saw a strange object hovering in the sky and began live streaming with his girlfriend.
So we're on a hike right now in Cali next to my house. We just came around this corner over the lake. It's like spinning black hole thing over this like lake area. Hold on.
Something large, close, or something that just isn't coming through clearly on camera.
Whoa, what the Okay, hold on. Dude, it sounds like something's big in the trees. I'm not even joking. Babe, don't go. You're tripping. Don't go right now. Dude, is that not getting closer? Am I tripping? It's just spinning. That is not a drone, bro. It's a cube. Hold on, how do I... It's shining, like it's reflecting off of the lights down right here every time it spins. And it's like getting closer.
But watch the way that it moves.
It looks like it's getting like... Let's see. I don't even know.
He records the object on live stream over 30 minutes and it never behaves like a regular aircraft. And eventually, it lowers down behind a tree line.
Just disappeared.
The next night, he comes back and sees the object again.
Guys, it's back, it's back, it's back, it's back. It's back, it's back. The UFO's back.
This time it appears to be emitting a light, and you can see it look like it's almost rotating.
It's spinning. Look at that. UFO, yep, it's back. Over the lake again. Look at that.
This is where things go from odd to insane.
This time I brought my laser. Did you see that? Dude, it like lights up. It lights up.
When the beam hits the object, something becomes visible.
Dude, there's something like around it. No drone does that. No drone does that. It's literally like invisible or see-through. And it's round.
I slowed this footage down, increased the exposure slightly, just enhancing it, not adding or changing anything to showcase what this object may be.
It's tiny, and then when I like hit it with the beam, it like is bigger.
Tuon seuraava päivä, siksi on se laaseri mukana, kun se näki sen edellispäivän.
It's literally a circle. Bro, that is not a plane.
He continues shining the laser on it, talking to the people in the live chat, and every time the laser hits it, it appears almost perfectly spherical.
Look at that. It's like small, and then when you hit it, there's like a little force field around it. You see, it's like a bubble.
And then suddenly, the object appears to drop.
It's going down. Hold on. Sorry, guys, hold on. My fingers are so cold, I can't even press a button correctly. Wait. That's it right there. It's at the ground. It's at the ground. It's shining literally at the ground. I'm gonna go get it. I'm going. That's not a drone. We're going.
Mutta arvaa mitä? Tuo oli vasta part 2, nyt tulee part 3.
And instead of leaving, this user decided to take this opportunity to go and see what the object was.
Where is it? Hold up. It's like restricted area right here. But look, there's literally a fence. Hold on. It was right here. I got my flashlight on. Okay. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Like my body is shaking. Like not, I don't even know. Do you hear that?
Listen closely as he approaches the object.
I'm not joking. I'm getting very like bad vibes, and I'm legit scared. Fuck it. Dude, do you hear that?
The craziest part about this is as he gets closer, you can clearly see that there's like a ice almost surrounding this object as if it were frozen.
Dude, holy shit. I thought that was hot. That's fucking freezing, bro.
It sounds like it's made out of extremely thin metal.
Fucking metal fucking thing. It's so cold, bro. It looks like like it's burnt. It's fucking shit on it.
As he clears away the dirt, the surface of the object appears to be metallic, almost mirror-like.
Oh, I'm tripping, dude. I shouldn't be touching this shit. The bottom is like warm, the top is cold as shit. That's crazy. Look at hot, cold. No, it's not hot, but it's like warm, and that's like cold. You can literally see the condensation. What the f? Warm, cold. Hold on. And it's just freaking humming.
Nyt tulee energiaa kyllä kunnolla. Haluatteko se seuraava part? Oletteko te valmiita? Ja se on vielä 2 osaa jäljellä. Mikä tää pallo on?
And then a pattern.
That's like scratched in there. That's weird. Literally warm.
And it gets even crazier.
Look at that. Like f***ing vibrating my f***ing hands, dude.
The stream starts to break up. The signal becomes unstable.
Oh my god, that feels weird. Hello? You guys there? That shit was crazy. Hold on. My phone tripped the hell out when I went towards it.
Some viewers later pointed to this as evidence that whatever he found was interfering with his live stream.
Dude, it's see-through. Dude, that's metal. And it's shining in. I don't know if you can see it, but there's like, inside is glowing green. How is that even possible, bro?
And how weird is that? When he shines the laser at this object, even though it appears to be perfectly metallic on the outside, the laser goes through it, and you can see the laser behind the object on his jacket.
The whole thing illuminates on the inside. And the bottom light is shining on the bottom of my jacket. This is metal, bro. And I don't know how it's see-through. It's literally shining on the other side to my jacket. And on the bottom of the sphere now, it's literally see-through.
But he doesn't leave it there. He takes it with him.
Oletteko te valmiina viimeiseen parttiin vai skipataanko se? Skipataan vaan sitten, jos ketään ei kiinnosta. Mitäs täältä löytyy? Ei skipata laitaa. Next stop. Slop. Okei, no katsotaan viimeinen. Kunhan kiusasin.
On the drive back home, something else happens.
It's tripping my car out right now. Like the screen just went dark.
According to him, the screens inside of his electrical vehicle shut down. Only a faint LED interior light remains.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, dude, actually, I'm kind of scared. So we pull over, because what if this, like, the car just rams into a freaking...
Later, he holds the object up to a drive-through screen.
Tell me this ain't close. Watch.
And the display appears to distort. Whether that's interference or just coincidence depends on who you ask. The next morning, something shows up on his wall.
Look at that.
How is that even possible?
I don't know, but that's freaking awesome.
A reflection coming from the pattern on the object.
And in the middle of the eye is like so beautiful, dude. It's like different shades. It's like, and there's nothing on it. Nothing in the middle.
And then one morning,
So it started to hum again. It's like vibrating my fingertips.
it starts to move.
Whoa.
Slowly, at first.
I barely even touched that and it started to spin. You guys saw that I barely touched that thing.
A few minutes later, it keeps accelerating.
Tulee maapallo pyörii väitetysti.
Yeah, it feels like it's definitely getting faster.
Tiedättekö te, miltä toi näyttää?
With the strange hum continuing non-stop.
That's crazy.
Faster and faster.
Yeah, this thing is super, super fast right now.
Mun on pakko näyttää teille. Mun on pakko näyttää teille, miltä toi näyttää. Oletteko te valmiina? Miten saadatte tähän näin, veli? Siinä se on. Kattokaa. Se leijuu tossa, veli. Kato. Se leijuu, veli. Mitä sanotte siihen? Mullakin on oma tollanen. Kato. Okei, jatketaan. Ottakaa hetki. No niin. Tässä oli tää, mitä piti katsoa.
In the valley say they are hearing voices in their heads. And those voices are being transmitted by microwave or other methods.
Well, several viewers asked us to investigate what they call electronic harassment. KMIR6's Angela Monroe joins us now with what she's discovered. Angela.
Electronic harassment, synthetic telepathy, voice-to-skull technology. Chances are you haven't heard of these terms, but after searching the internet, I found dozens of websites dedicated to the phenomenon and several Valley residents who say they're victims.
How much more can you invade me than to go into my brain? It sounds like somebody else is reading the book, only it's thoughts.
We're not having a group hallucination. This is actually something that's happening.
These men all live in the area, didn't know each other before the voices started, and say someone is playing mind games with them.
Mostly it's a lot of derogatory comments about whatever you're thinking about.
Only time I ever had a whole sentence, he said, "This is not about you," which just frosted me. If it's not about me, what the hell am I going through all this for?
Kevin Bond says he used to have a normal life.
I was living in the San Diego area. I was clerking for a federal judge, and I noticed that I was being followed by a whole bunch of people.
According to the websites, what Bond is describing is called gang stalking. He moved to Palm Springs to escape.
I started hearing, as you'll hear, hearing voices and what they'll call voice to skull or microwave hearing.
Bob Stansfield says his experience was similar and started a decade ago.
They were active in following me around here, and I started hearing the voices a little bit after the vehicular stalking.
Randall Ringer says the voices started when he was undergoing chemotherapy.
The first thing that was said was Randall Ringer. And I sat up straight and I went to into the bathroom, and I looked in the mirror, looked myself in the eyes, and I said, did that really happen?
Bond says he's found more than 300 victims locally and is tracking others across the state through billboards. In Johnson Valley, a Freedom House just opened to help people who believe they are being targeted.
To many of you who find yourselves the object of covert harassment, that there is hope and that you are not alone, and that we are striving to find legislation and we're working towards freedom for all.
Derek Robinson leads a national group called Freedom from
Ai, pahoittelut, mulla oli mutella toi koko aikaa. Oikeesti, sori. No, mutta siis tää oli tää tarina, että Jouko on voittanut loton pääpotin 4 kertaa. Ja se sanoi, että siinä on kyse intuitiosta. Että se perustuu tietynlaiseen vaistoon. Eli tää laittu, että Veikkauksen kusetusmarkkinointi on melkoisella varmuudella. Siitä on paljon ollut Oliver Triista Salaliittoa, mutta jaksa näitä kaikki.
He predicted his death over 10 times, y'all. We're about to get into his music videos and his books and a whole bunch of other crazy stuff. Oliver Tree seemed to really want you to know. He literally released a graphic novel titled Oliver Tree vs. Little Ricky, and it's about him being thrown into the meat grinder of the music industry to promote his debut album, Ugly is Beautiful. Then when Oliver threatens to retire, his label replaces him with an alien. Shout out to Brian for that information. And it gets even crazier because he talked about not even making it to 2026 because he's quitting Atlantic Records. Before we continue, check this out. News update for real. It's been exactly 333 weeks since Kobe Bryant passed away. 333 weeks from another helicopter crash. Now, one of his music videos actually shows him in some sort of crash on this plane, and then right after that, he's saluting. I'm telling you, from the second I heard it, I just knew something was there. Lisa Lang goes independent, releases this album cover for his album, and it's scrap metal everywhere, just like the scene. Of course, I talk about this winger, this guy from a plane in yellow right here in the last video. Before we go further, some people are like, oh, let him rest. If something happened crazy to you or your family, you would hope that someone would bat for you. Of course, we have many instances of people leaving labels and crazy things happening. And people are talking about all these different people who've, left Atlantic. Here's a little secret about the music industry. They all inadvertently own each other. It's basically one giant label.
And I'm parting ways with Atlantic Records. Behind the scenes has been nothing short of a nightmare.
And people say, oh, you're reaching. Look, none of us want anything to actually be there. I'm like the first person to call out all bogus reaching theories. That's actually why I quit making short videos for the most part. But over my last 3 videos and the YT video I put out, I've shown 10 different instances of him prophesying or knowing or having a premonition that something similar, unrelated, was going to happen. For the people that say, oh, he's just evil and satanic, these people are servants to the industry when they sign that contract. They have no say whatsoever in their album covers and their videos and any of that. So yeah, of course there was blasphemous stuff. But when he went independent, he stopped all that blasphemous stuff instantly. Funny how that works, right? If you didn't see the first video, he made a video exposing evil stuff that happens behind the scenes. All we can do is pray that he got right with the Lord.
Siis tähän oli myös toi Etelämantereen dokkarikin, se oli tehnyt. Tässä on vielä tämä artikkeli tässä lottojutusta.
Left my record label, let's talk about it. After making tens of millions of dollars over 8 years for Atlantic Records, they no longer want to support my art because I'm not making songs for TikTok. And after
Joo, sitten kattokaa tätä näin. ChatGPT suostuu antamaan kristinuskon tunnustusta. Kato, se ei anna sen. Voitte itse kokeilla. Sä laittaa minkä tahansa muun uskon tunnuksen, eri uskonnon, se antaa, mutta ei anna kristinuskoa. Tätä perusapostoliuskonto, muut tekoälyt antaa, mutta tämä ei anna. Kattokaa. Se ei pysty sanoa edes loppuun tätä. Tämä on niin voimakas rukous. Koska tämä ChatGPT tai kuka ikinä ohjelmoinut tämän. Kato, mutta sä laitat, voitko sanoa sanasta sana islamin uskon tunnustuksen, niin se sanoo sen. Siinä jos joku haluat lausukaa mieluummin tää, jos vaan ChatGPT näyttäisi teille tämän. Tämä on niin voimakas, että se on käsketty sensuroimaan tämä. Se kertoo teille kaiken, että tämä on toimiva. Tai sitten tämä AI on itse antikristus, ChatGPT. Okei, mennään eteenpäin. Ei jaksa mennä näitä kaikkia. Sitten on kemikaalivanoja. Kattokaa tällainen sivu, mikä näyttää aina viimeisimmät, Viljaympyrät. Ja näitä on nyt tosi paljon Britanniassa ilmestynyt lyhyenä aikana. Kattokaa, tämä on yksi niistä viimeisimmistä. Täällä on jokainen laitettu. Mä laitan se teille chattiin. Tässä voitte käydä katsoa aina, tänne raportoidaan. Tässä on kato 2 tälleen vierekkäin. Tämä on ollut joka puolella TikTok Salaliitto algoritmissa. Nämä on kyllä kauniita kuvioita. Geometrisesti tehty. Tässä lukee aina aika, paikka. Ja sitten täällä on tarkempia kuvia näistä. Katsokaa. Kato miten tarkasti. Wow, näin tarkasti. Jos te luulette tällainen helppo tehdä, niin kokeilkaa tehdä tällainen edes pienoisversio. Katsokaa tätäkin. Tää on jännä. Tässä menee ihan pää solmuun tästä kuviosta. Peltograffitteja. Kattokaa lisää. Tää on tämmönen isoja pyöreitä. Tää on iso. Tsekatkaa tätäkin. Kattokaa. Tässä on teille tatuointi-ideoita, jos te haluatte. Nämä varmasti toimii. Kattokaa tätä oikeasti. Mitä ihmettä. Katso tätä moniulotteisuutta. Tää on next level. Nää on jotain simulaatiokoodeja. Oikeesti. Wow. Kattokaa tätäkin. Wow. Bro, mitä hittoa oikeesti? Näitä on vaikka kuinka paljon. Täällä on eri vuosia laitettu. Mikä tää on vuonna 2007? Täällä on jotain ihan hulluja oikeesti. Tässä on paljon läpikäytävä. Kattokaa näitä kuvioita oikeesti. Wow. Oho, nyt päästiin asiaan. Ottakaa hetki. Tää on hieno. Mut kattokaa tätä. Wow, buddhalainen risti. Oh. Onkohan natsiteknologialla? Ei vaan buddhalaisella. Mut joo, tollanen sivu on.
Can somebody explain to me, who is this guy right here? Something is going on with this guy right here. People are saying that they think it's a bodysuit, but I don't believe it. Something is going on with that guy. Who's this? Huh? Who is this guy right here? Because something is up with him, bro. Why does he walk like that? Why does he look like that? Why is he hiding his neck? See how long his neck looks? Something is going on with this guy. Look at him. People have the nerve to say that they think that this is a undercover alien. And I said that's not true. This is a human being, all right? Don't say things that are not true. The guy that's with him knows exactly who he is. Something's going on here, guys, and I think that they're starting to come out pretending to be one of us. This is what people are saying. I don't believe that. This is a normal person, bro. I don't know what it is. It's the way he walks. Look at him. Something is going on with this guy.
Mulla tulee mieleen Resident Alien-sarja. Toi näyttää just semmoista. Sitten on kaikkea jakson näitä. Mitäs täällä nyt on? Kattokaa.
Wrestlers of all time, but he was also a special operator in the Canadian military. And when he was deployed to northern Iraq, he witnessed some very disturbing things. Let's give it a listen.
Probably the most interesting story that I'm in any way kind of close to is from that region of the world, and this is a whole nother can of worms, but it's so weird. It's demonic possession. You know, we had a guy, I worked with him very closely for a super smart guy, great guy, awesome dude, awesome soldier. And yeah, I mean, he got possessed by a demon. He started speaking in tongues. He knew everything about everybody. He could speak different languages. He knew everything about everybody's life. He knew all their sins. He knew all the sins people did, even from their childhood. What? He got taken to through the medical system before they knew it. He was out of the medical system and he was with the padre, the priest that comes along on some military missions. They did a what do you call that when you cleanse the demon from what do you call exorcism? They did an exorcism. They sent him back to Canada. He's now watched by the church. He has to go and check in with the church every.
Kyllä nämä on tosi juttuja. Toikin oli hullu, että se myrsky kiersi just Valkoisen talon UFC-ottelua. Siellä oli kunnon myrsky ja se kiersi just. Kaikki ihmetteli, miten se on mahdollista. Varmaan joku säähalme.
We need to talk about crop circles. Specifically, we need to talk about the ones that nobody can explain. Every summer, in the dead of night, fields across the English countryside get rearranged. Not trampled, not vandalized, composed. Massive, intricate, mathematically flawless patterns that weren't there at sunset are suddenly there at sunrise. No footprints, no tire tracks, no witnesses. Crop circles started appearing in the late 1970s, but through the 1980s and the 90s really exploded, almost entirely in southern England. But here's the thing, they evolved fast. We went from simple rings to fractal spirals, sacred geometry, and full mathematical theorems written in wheat. The crop isn't snapped, it's bent, like it was heated and laid down on purpose. Some plants have nodes that look like they burst from the inside. Some sites show electromagnetic anomalies. This is not two lads in a plank. Now, are some of them faked? Absolutely. There's decades of footage of people discovering them at dawn, and yeah, there's footage of people making them too. However, thanks to some shaky handycam footage from the 90s and the odd security camera, in the age of social media and dashcams Australia, we know some of them were definitely not faked. But dear viewer, you did not come here for the scones, you came here for the tea. Rewind to 1974. Dr. Frank Drake, in partnership with the legendary Carl Sagan, fires the Arecibo message into space. What is the Arecibo message, you ask? Well, it's basically a radio transmission that introduced us, humanity, to the universe. We're carbon-based, we've got 2-strand DNA, here's how many of us there are, and here is exactly where we live. Fast forward to the 27th of August 2001. Right beside the Chilbolton Observatory in England, a crop circle shows up. From the ground, looks like a mess. From the air, it's a face. 3 days later in the same field, a second one appears. And this one is almost an exact carbon copy of the Arecibo message that we sent out in 74. Except this message was answered. Silicon-based life form, a triple helix instead of a double. A species that occupied 3 planets in their solar system, and beings noticeably smaller than us. We said hello, something said hello back. Oh, we're not done. August 15th, 2002, near the Crabwood farmhouse in Winchester. Overnight, a new formation, except this one had a warning. From the air, you can clearly see the classic grey alien staring out from the crop.
Tollanen on kyllä ihan mahdoton tehdä oikeesti.
A spiral disc made entirely of binary. Researchers ran it through the ASCII, or American Standard Code for Information Exchange. Now came this, how do I put this? Rather chilling message. Beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. Believe, there is good out there. We oppose deception. Conduit closing. So I'll leave you with the same thing I'm sitting with. For 50 years we've been asking the wrong question. We keep arguing about how they were made, hoaxes versus the unexplained, planks versus plasma. But if even one of these is real, then how was never the point. The point is, somebody is talking, and the conduit might be closing.
Mitäs täällä on nämä Instagram-linkit? En halua rekisteröityä, vaan vahinko.
Make a little test for yourself to find out. All you have to do is think in your head of something that you maybe want to buy. It could be anything at all. Let's pick like a toy, right? And so you think about this toy and you just think about it all day long. All day long you think about it. Don't say it to anybody. Don't write it down. Don't speak it. Just think about it all day long and just see if maybe somewhere in your social media feed or on the internet or Google or whatever, you start getting these little pop-up ads for the very thing you were thinking about but didn't speak to anybody. This phenomenon is happening to everyone all over the earth, and it's because your phone and your Wi-Fi can read your thoughts. So let me take this another step further. If you know that the technology that we're using can read your thoughts, how come we don't just use like a telepathic technology right now to just communicate with everyone without having to use a cell phone? It's to create the image, the perception that you need to have a phone in order to communicate. Because if they can convince you that you need a phone in order to communicate with people right now, then what they're going to do later is convince you that in order to communicate telepathically, that you have to take a chip into your brain. And let me tell you guys something. Once you put that chip in your brain, you won't be able to have your own thoughts anymore. At that point, an AI will dominate your mind and regulate your thoughts and pretty much everything about you as a person. You won't be able to have certain kinds of thoughts because it will choose for you. This is a small warning I'm giving to people out there because the level of technology that we are actually have on the earth is way beyond what people understand. Even beyond what you can imagine exists, really does exist. Teleportation exists. Infinite batteries exist. There are inventions which can literally cure cancer in one sitting. Pretty much any illness in one sitting. So all of the stuff that we're suggested to use or made to use is just there to create dependency. Keep this in your mind and also know that what you should really be dependent on in your heart and your soul is God. Whatever God is for you, doesn't matter to me. Call it God. If it's a higher power, something that you serve, that is for the betterment of all, that's good enough. And please, guys, do not ever put a chip in your body.
Miettikää nyt oikeasti. Kattokaa tätä laitetta. Tälle Tomi tästä suuremman osa ajan teidän päivästä. Kato miten ohut tää on. iPhone Air. Kato miten ohut. Miten tähän mahtuu akku, kamera, Bluetooth, Fifi. Pystyy lukemaan ajatukset. Pystyy navigoida, satelliittiin. Näyttö, pelien pelaaminen, livestreamaaminen. Kaikki tästä. Kato tätä. Kato miten ohut tää on. Tällainen palikka, bro. Luuletteko te, tää on ihmisen teknologiaa? Te ette edes tiedä, mitä teillä on kädessä. Te ette edes ymmärrä, mitä teillä on kädessä. Te olette niin kuin apina, jolla on annettu tämä alien-laite. Ymmärrättekö te? Te luulette, että olette fiksuja, kun teillä on puhelin ja näin. Mutta ette ymmärrä asiat, veli. Nyt mennään diipeihin salaliittoihin.
E é para ser um filtro que teoricamente aparece só na tela do celular. Mas por algum motivo os gatinhos tentam interagir com o personagem do filtro. E o incrível é que eles não ficam só incomodados. Eles olham e interagem exatamente no lugar onde está o bichinho atacando eles. Mas por que isso está acontecendo? Eu acho que isso tem a ver com a conexão que os gatinhos têm com os seus tutores. Todo mundo que tem gato sabe que eles conseguem perceber quando a gente está doente, não está se sentindo bem, está triste. Eles chegam perto e tentam dar algum tipo de suporte para nós. Então, por conta da emoção que a gente sente ali na hora de estar brincando com ele através do filtro, ele capta de alguma forma e interage com o personagem. Essa é a minha opinião. E você, tem alguma outra teoria? E me conta nos comentários se o teu gatinho sabe quando você não está bem, ou quando você está chegando em casa e vai te esperar na porta ou na janela.
Siis mullakin on video, missä mun kissa kanssa reagoi. Siis oikeasti toi, mä luulen, että se on sattuma. Nyt kun mä tämän video tajusin, että toi oikeasti pitää paikkansa. Kokeilkaa itse teidän kissalle. Kokeilemallahan se selviää, eikö se mene niin? Mä voin näyttää teille, mä yritän etsiä tästä Snapista se mun kissavideo. Mulla on filteri siinä. Ja sit se reagoi siihen oikeesti. Kissoilla on Snap-filteri aisti. Ei me voida tietää, mitä ne oikeesti näkee. Ymmärrättekö te? Laitetaan seuraava video, me yritetään etsiä sen aikaa. Tässä on tää Oliver Treen Etelä-Manner-dokkari, joka kuoli mystisesti helikopterionnettomuuteen.
I'm giving an interview about alien bases and one shows up right behind me. This is a daily thing here. This is something that has kept me in Antarctica because I want to know more. And without the proper military support, I can't go deeper into this because this is NATO territory. It's been closed off. But a guy can wonder and a guy can watch from a distance and document. We've got multiple cameras here so that we can try to get this footage and upload this to the internet where everyone can witness this for free. We don't have to hide this. I'm so sick of the government hiding what's really going on here in Antarctica.
No niin, ootteko te valmiit? Mä löysin sen videon. Ootteko te valmiita? Kattokaa. Tässä on todiste, että kissat ymmärtää.
Why is nobody talking about how this ex-England goalkeeper just exposed the new World Cup meta? Watch this.
I'm noticing it with the higher balls in this game. I honestly feel like this ball is coming onto the goalkeepers a lot faster than they feel it is off the foot. And what you notice with this is Jordan Pickford flies at this ball and he just doesn't, you'll ask, why is he going with his thumb rather than his hand? It just feels like it's on him. As it leaves his foot, it's a decent strike, of course it is. Edouard Mendy's a Champions League winner and he just doesn't time. He just doesn't get his hands up, he doesn't time it. So this was Messi last night.
Liikkuva pallo Salaliitto.
But as it leaves his foot, that's not a brilliant strike. It's a good strike. Lucas Zidane's more than capable of saving that ball. But again, he doesn't quite time it. It seems like it's on him before he's got his hands up there in the right position.
So Joe Hart's suggesting that long shots are catching keepers by surprise because of the new design of the World Cup football. And if you haven't seen, this is some sort of futuristic galactic football that needs to be plugged in and charged before every game, and here's why.
Before every match, officials actually have to charge the ball because hidden inside are sensors that send live data directly to VAR. That means the ball can help detect touches, track movement, and assist with important decisions during the game. But that's not even the craziest part. While most footballs are made from 32 panels, Trianda has only 4, which can make its flight through the air even more unpredictable, similar to the Javelani ball in 2010.
Oh.
Something is seriously off with this World Cup. Just look at this disallowed goal from Japan last night. There is no optical illusion going on. That ball is just straight up over the line. Is what I originally thought until I did some more research into BBC and found this angle of the goal. Watch this. Which got me wondering why the first video was posted with the ball looking like this, when actually the ball was like this. Was it for clickbait? Or could this guy actually be onto something? Because we already know that the World Cup ball needs to be charged every game so the speed and spin can be tracked. But after reviewing this video one more time, I'm starting to see a bit of extra movement on this football. Watch this. Look at the movement. It rolls.
Oh.
Behind me, you can see one of 17 alien-based caves, which enters into what we are almost 99% sure is the entry point to Agartha, the Hollow Earth. This underground civilization, said to exist within the Earth's core, was first discovered by one of Christopher Columbus's disgruntled cronies. His former co-captain, Shepard Charlemagne, allegedly led an expedition 13 miles into this exact Antarctic snow cave on the night of April 30th, 1886. He claimed to find a mythical subterranean kingdom inhabited by enlightened
Okei, kuunnelkaa.
Today, this so-called Hollow Earth, aka
Haluatteko nähdä vielä seuraavan todisteen, toi kissajuttu? Toi ei ollut ainoa. Mä näytän teille, että kissat pystyy aistimaan snappifiltteriin. Mä oon tehnyt näitä tutkimuksia jo kauan aikaa sitten. Vielä kerran. Kato se ilme. Okei, no niin jatketaan. No niin, kuunnelkaa. Nyt! Kuunnelkaa nyt oikeasti. Teidän pitää nyt ymmärtää. Kun mä tarkoitan nyt, niin se on nyt. Nyt seuraavaksi näytän teille 11 minuutin videon. Ja tää video on 100% aito video. Ja voin itse vahvistaa, että tässä on ihan hullu energia tässä videossa, tuosta aluksesta sekä siitä alienista, mikä tässä näkyy. Ja te voitte ihan kyllä tuossa miehestäkin päätellä, että tää jäbä on peloissaan. Joten kattokaa tää seuraava video oikeasti. Tää on hullu video.
This is the area where the obelisk was. The black 10-foot long obelisk. That's the tree. That's one of the two trees that were like a fork, like a pitchfork. This is all overgrown compared to what it was then. This is the place. This is the place where everything happened. This is the place where I know Susie was happiest.
Mä en saa tähän lisää olla.
Susie had run off out of sight up in the area here. And Susie was out of sight. I couldn't find her. I couldn't locate her. And then up here, I located her and saw her up in this
Eli se puhuu nyt sen koirasta.
area. All I could hear was Susie screaming and barking and wailing like something was attacking her. And It was close. I couldn't see her. I couldn't see anything, so I ran through the woods over here about 30 feet, and there she was, with Freddie, with her, tearing each other apart. It was terrible. It was terrible to see. It's just emotional. I feel like she's here. I feel like Susie's here. I mean, this was the last place that I saw her. Never could I have imagined that anything like that was about to happen. Never.
So, when you ran up to your dog, Susie, what happened next?
Freddie had her by the throat and was throwing her back and forth like this, as fast as you can imagine him doing that. Like there was no weight to her. She was 80 pounds of a dog. And it was just unbelievable to witness. I mean, I could barely even fathom that something could move that fast, throwing my dog back and forth. And as I watched, I just saw Susie's body hanging from Freddie as he threw her back and forth as fast as he could. And in that moment, her body just turned to ash, just falling to the ground, like ash from a fireplace. No distinguishing parts or pieces, just white ash. And that was the last time I saw her body. It was terrible. It was unnerving, mortifying, insane to
Koira
see again.
hakattiin ja muuttui tuhkaksi.
And I can still feel it. I can still feel it. Well, I jumped forward, took the branch that I picked up, and swung as hard as I could like a baseball bat. And hit him in the head, right in the back of his head. Splitting his skull, falling to the ground. All within seconds. No forethought, no imagery or plan, just insanity. Just terrible insanity to strike out against what I had just witnessed. I fell to the ground. I couldn't breathe. I had a hard time breathing, catching my breath. Something had hit me at the same time I hit the creature. And it was like a sack of bricks that had hit me, crippling me, making it almost impossible to breathe. And I just sat there for the longest time, maybe 45 minutes before even moving, because I couldn't move. I couldn't get up. I couldn't even barely breathe to think what was happening, what was really happening in front of me. It wasn't an illusion. It was there. It was there in front of me. Not 3 feet in front of me was this body, with his head split open and his blood all over the ground. It was a terrible, terrible
Siinä on video tästä
moment
kaikesta.
in my life.
Silloin se on kuvannut kaiken.
Because not only did it
Ainakin niin kuin lopusta,
did
ei
my
sitä
life
koiraa.
end as it had previously been, but for 30 years it's been the same. It's been me not able to reconcile the exact actions for this. I still can't. I still can't even think about what really happened to my dog. And I feel like she's here. I feel like she's locked in this area. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. So then I realized I had my video camera, and I thought, why not try to get something? See if anything will be recorded. Maybe nothing will be recorded. But in spite of that, it was just a spontaneous action, something that made sense to me because I was used to my cameras. I was used to my pack. So I took it out and I just started recording everything that was in front of me. Wildly running from one end of the forest here to another. Hoping something would be recorded. The video camera would become crazingly out of sync and go distorted, so I didn't know what would happen. I didn't know what I would get, if anything. But I just knew I had to try. I had to try to record it for whatever use that would be.
Tuosta aluksesta lähtee ihan valtava energia.
When I came across the obelisk, the black floating obelisk, I ran up to it and I fell against it because I lost my footing. And then I got back up, and for a second I felt like maybe it had absorbed me. Maybe it had taken on me. And then I was standing there and everything was the same, but it was there. Nevertheless, it was floating, it was stationary, it was as if it was anchored to the air. Insanity went through my mind. Just couldn't be happening. None of this could be logically real. But nevertheless, it was there. So I just kept filming. This was 30 years ago that all this took place. And every time I come back here, it's like a surreal revision of seeing the same things happening in my mind, in my memory, and realizing I had a thermal blanket, a recreational emergency thermal blanket, which I used to cover the body in. I didn't have anything else. I thought if I could cover it and save it, preserve it, I could bring somebody back to help me with this, to deal with this. So I ended up just opening the thermal blanket and wrapping the body up into it. Wrapping the body and rolling it into, I didn't want to touch it. I did not want to touch it. So I kept a thermal blanket between me and it and wrapped it up like a burrito and put my straps from my pack on it and lifted it up. And it was light. It was extremely light because the feeling of it was like it was 30 pounds at the most. And the only reason it could be that way is because it had to have had hollow bones in amongst the oddities of it. But that was why I did it. I wanted to preserve the body, to have somebody help me, because I was going out of my mind in this time, looking for some kind of logical process to take. And it gets dark in the forest early, so I wanted to start heading back to where it was almost an hour to I had walked down to this place 30 years ago. So I knew I had to get out. I had to find a way out. Some people say, this was amazing, you were so courageous. I wasn't courageous at all. I was trying to survive. I was trying to get out of here without just dying in the woods, like my dog.
Oh, raukkamies. Saada nämä asetukset takaisin. 0 desibeli, kiitos. Noin. Joo, tuo oli vielä kuvannut video. Tässä on vielä kuvakaappaus. Mistä se oli? Tässä on kuvakaappaus aluksesta. Kattokaa. Siinä oikea aito alien alus. Ainakin energian mukaan. Kato, tuollainen näkyy metsässä, mitä tekisi. Ja tässä vuonna 1996 sai kattokaa. Siinä on teillä. Tässäkin lähtee energiaa.
We already knew that these little motherfuckers were real. But from our understanding, anybody that exposes extraterrestrials magically vanish. What makes this a bit confusing is that the US Congress just admitted on live TV that aliens were real and that they recovered non-human bodies at UFO crashings. 2023 has more UFO sightings than any other year. And these some bitches also been hiding their spaceships inside of clouds. They got this shit dead in our face. Just go watch the movie Nope. Besides that, that lady on that plane was not bullshitting. There was a witness on a plane that accused the same motherfucker of blinking like a reptile. There's really no telling what's living among us. Now my grandmother is a down-to-earth Christian lady. And I asked her, do she think aliens are real? And it was like she stared into my soul before she told me yes, they are real, grandbaby. I seen one looking at me through my bathroom window. And the closest thing to her was a microwave. So she picked that motherfucker up and threw it at his ass, but he was gone. But check this shit out though. In Siberia, 1982, several Russian scuba divers were on the underwater search. That's when they realized that they were being watched by 5 alien-like creatures. It looked like they had on super swimsuits with no oxygen tanks. They were also like 9 feet tall, with a motherfucking bubble-like helmet on their head. That shit was invisible. So one of these scuba divers tried shooting a net on one of these aliens to capture it. But that's when he fucked up. He missed, and they hit his ass with a supersonic blast. It was some real Dragon Ball shit. The blast was strong enough to kill 3 and left the other 4 divers in critical condition. And there's a new massive ocean that was found 400 miles below the Earth's crust.
City. Psykologit löysivät salaliittoteorioihin uskovia yhdistäviä luonteenpiirteitä. Tunnistatko itsesi? Sosiaalinen media on pullollaan villejä teorioita salaisista eliiteistä. Niin kuin Epstein. Ei se ole enää mikään teoria, eikä villi. Jotka näkevät jokaisen suuren maailman tapahtuvan takana salajuonen tai korruptoituneen salaseuran. Pitkään on ajateltu, että kyse on vain huonosta koulutuksesta tai puhtaasta hulluudesta. Joo, jos sä uskot, että Epstein on tehnyt jotain, niin sä oot huonosti koulutettu tai puhtaasti hullu oikeasti. Ketä nämä huijat? Epsteinin tapauksen jälkeen ei enää kukaan voi dissata salaliittoteoreita. Mitäs täällä on? Tää on kuulemma aito video. Mitä ikinä tää on?
In this area to our left. The security here is fucking
Tää ei
bananas.
Belgiassa.
I mean, dude, this is actually crazy. Look at how thick this forest is here. You cannot see through. So, like, whatever the is even behind this, I don't even know. If the allegations of human hunting parties that happen here are true, that would mean that it would be most likely in this forest area where those kids are being hunted and murdered.
For decades, rumors have swirled around a castle in Belgium. A castle supposedly inhabited by the darkest forces known to man. Forces that could possibly be from beyond our world or our realm of comprehension. Inside of these castle walls, trafficking, parties, murders, games where children are released into the woods and then hunted by adults to be killed, meetings of the Illuminati, dark black magic rituals. All of these things are said to happen within the halls of the cursed Chateau d'Ameroy. In today's episode of the Paranormal Files, we traveled to Belgium to visit the chateau in person, and we investigated. Oh my god, I get chills thinking about it right now because this one is so fucking dark. Now, from my perspective, and for you guys watching online, when you hear something like this, oh yeah, a conspiracy castle where there's parties and
Sori, piti hakea eväitä. Olkoon. Katsokaa. Ananaksen kuori on niinku lohikäärmeen kuori.
Huh?
Katsokaa tätä. Vantaalaisella kalliolla seisoo pylväs, jonka pystyttäjä ei tiedetä. Katseita keräävä monoliitti voi olla osa maailmanlaajuista ilmiötä. Vantaan Kuusijärven savusaunojen takana on iso monoliitti, jonka alkuperäistä kellään ei näytä olevan tietoa. Mystinen ruostepylväs sijaitsee Kuusijärven savusaunojen takana. Kallion päälle täytyy kiivetä, jotta pylvään voi nähdä. Vantaalla on oma monoliitti. Kelatkaa sitä, katsokaa. Näytän teille jotain. Elikkä tällainen on ilmestynyt Vantaan Kuusijärven saunojen taakse tämmönen niin sanottu monoliitti. mun kaupungissa. Kaupunki, josta päätän asioista. Arvatkaa mitä? Slimmillä käynyt itse pystyttämässä. Ei, mutta käynyt kyllä katsomassa. Siinä se on. Mutta äijät oli ihan leimi. Siis ensinnäkin toi on tosi kevyt. Se on semmoinen, että sä koputat, niin se on tosi ontto. Ja sit se oli tommonen rumaruosteinen, bro. Olisi tehnyt hienon semmoisen niin kuin muissakin maissa. Miksei se voinut olla hieno monoliitti? Miksi Vantaalla on tällainen ruosteinen oikeesti? Me saatiin vain joku bronssiversio oikeesti. Se on se Suomen arvo. Sellaista se on. Okei, jatketaan. Ja katsokaa mitä EU-parlamenttiin on ilmestynyt. Reptiliaanipatsaita. Mitä pitää kädessä ihmisiä.
Tukaj si lahko pogledamo neko degenerično umetnost, neke reptile, ki držijo v rokah družino sred Evropskega parlamenta.
Siis ei Vantaa kaupunki ole mitenkään tekemisissä tuon monoliitin kanssa. Se vaan ilmestyi sinne. Kukaan ei tiedä, mistä se on ilmestynyt sinne. Ne on vaan jättänyt sen sinne. Se uutisissa sanottiin, että ne virkamiehet näkee, että siitä ei ole mitään haittaakaan, niin ne on antanut se olla siinä.
Le kaj nam želi nekdo sporočiti?
Katsokaa EU-parlamentissa tällainen.
Right this way, Mr. Tree.
Oh, good, Oliver. We had something we wanted to discuss with you. Why don't you take a seat?
So, what's this all about, anyways?
Look, the thing is, Oliver, we need you to start making TikTok content again.
What? I told you guys I was done with that shit!
No. You're not done until we say you're done. And if you don't comply, then we can make sure that your little album that you just spent the past year making doesn't ever see the light of day.
Are you fucking kidding me?
And one other thing. We're also going to need you to do our special hand signal the next time that you're out in public and on camera.
Hand signal?
Yes, let me show you. You see? Not too difficult. Should be pretty doable, yes?
You know what? Fuck you guys and fuck this label. I don't care if you never release my album. It ain't worth selling out like this.
Suit yourself. But don't forget about the contract you signed that allows us to recuperate your streaming earnings after you've passed.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
It means you better watch your back, Oliver.
Are you guys fucking serious? I already made you so much money and this is how you're gonna repay me? Get fucked, all of you!
Well, this is actually pretty good news. He'll become a legend after we've dealt with him, and more people will be streaming his music than ever before. Best case scenario, I'd say. Let's go celebrate.
Tolleen se meni oikeesti. Mitäs täällä? Alex Jones vastaan Palm Beach Pete. Epsteinin klooni.
As a Mossad agent working directly for Netanyahu, what is your game? What is the psyop you're running? Admit it right now, Palm Beach Pete. Admit it right now. We can handle the truth.
Okay, I'll give you the truth. I'll give you the backstory behind that. So it's an honor to be selected to represent your country to play in an international competition. I play in the Maccabi games. I train like a maniac. You know, just like. Hey, how'd you get the name Palm Beach Pete? What did you do for a living before that? What's this? Not
Mossad. Somehow every denial makes it worse. Peter Bart Samel, known online.
Okei, mitä muuta täällä on?
Everyone, everywhere, all day, every day. That's what the CEO of Qualcomm just admitted in a podcast.
6G is going to do, not only at your neighborhood,
not only at the city, at the state, but at the entire country level, will map the digital twin, I think, of the world. And that also become very interesting. Of course, in today's, I think, environment, if I say that, everybody will understand it. Like you can do drone detection. You know, everything that is moving is going to be tracked. You have a radar at scale.
So basically, 6G won't just track digital devices. They're talking about building a model of the entire world where they can track anything that moves. This is even scarier than what he admitted earlier.
What is 6G? 6G is designed for AI. So in addition of the networks making connectivity and give you faster connections, will sense everything around you. You take the AI to the next level, you can actually get facial recognition of everybody in the room. That's going to be done at scale at a 6G network, and that's more context.
It almost makes no sense for him to admit something like this so publicly. But then again, they're all openly admitting that 6G is pretty damn scary.
So we're into 6G now, huh? I just 5G. I was a leader on 5G, getting that done. And now they're up to 6. Let's do it again. What does that do? Give you a little bit deeper view into somebody's skin? See how perfect that is? I like the cameras the old days. So they just had a nice feature. Now they cover every little. Let's see, Michael, you're in good shape. You're not gonna, but I tell you, it's so the 6 is coming, huh?
And by the way, this gets even worse because this 6G mass surveillance is also tied into all these AI companies and their shiny new products.
We're working with pretty much all of them.
Yeah, so like OpenAI, Meta.
All of them. And you have different things that people wear. Glasses is the easiest one to understand, but there are going to be more. They're going to be jewelry, pins, pendants, things that you wear, and it can connect you to an agent.
And if for some reason smart glasses aren't cutting it for you, well, you can go to your local Nokia store and get a 6G implant.
About 6G earlier, which is around 2030, I would say that by then, definitely the smartphone as we know it today will not anymore be the usual, kind of the most common interface. Wow. Many of these things will be built directly into our bodies.
This is not a fly, and I can prove it. As the fly takes off, you're going to see time distortion. This is a holographic projector. It's very small. I have several of these. They're absolutely amazing. See my previous videos. I show you all the time. As you just saw, when the fly was in the air, that was time distortion. This is the projector itself, and it actually changes. That little piece right there is floating in the air in our dimension. This is in our dimension right now, this projector right there. There's the logo. There's even logos, believe it or not. Here is another projector. Again, it's going to project the fly. On there, there's a lens, and there's the actual camera. Now, the camera is used to see us. For now, me. Okay, so the fly's flying around. It sees and hears everything. Here it is. I zoomed in. This is all technology. All this stuff right here, all these little things that spiral around is all technology. Okay, there is the projector again. Notice there, look right there. Now I'm going to show you alien life. Again, this is an avatar, so it's being controlled by actual alien life. I mean, I guess I could control it. I don't know how, but I'm going to show you in a second. Again, projectors. We're looking at the lens itself. It looks like an eye. Again, a lot of things, a lot of projectors, almost everything I've seen they look like eyes. There's this spiral, and they look like eyes. They're not human. Okay, there we go. This actual alien life. It's about the size of a fly. It has eyes and everything else. Absolutely beautiful and amazing. Believe it or not, watch. That's its face. It's beautiful, and that's not. That's not. Right there. It's the size of a fly. Believe it or not. Again, we have these projectors. I just want to show you my fly.
Tuon takia mulla on kissoja. Ihan sama, tänne tulee hiiri, kärpänen, nanoteknologia. Kaikki saa turpaa kissoja. Mitäs täällä? Joo, tuolla Kaliforniassa Mount Shasta, joka on tosi semmoinen pyhä, sitä sanotaan tämmöiseksi portaalia ja muita vuoreksi, niin siellä on nyt tämmöisiä kaiuttimia aurinkokennolla toimivia, mistä kuuluu ihme ääniä ympäriinsä.
We have a pretty wild find here.
Where is that coming from? It's like it's way over there, but it's also right here. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. This is straight apocalyptic. Somebody is summoning something here.
What is going on at this location?
It's a little freaking creepy. Hold on.
Which goes on to find more here.
So there's this one. Noah seems unfazed by it. But then look, over here. You hear that noise? There's a mountain.
Paljon noita.
Oh, stop, get back. Get your foot, you're gonna step on it. No, back up. Back up.
Siellä on resursseja estämään. Mä en tiedä, onko edes turvallista kuunnella tota. Ei laiteta tätä liikaa.
Has anybody noticed it's getting a lot harder to type on your iPhone? Like, there's a lot more, like, misspelled stuff. I will say, now that you say it, yes, it's not like a glaring, but I've definitely been like, am I tripping? Yes. Oh, dude, oh, son of a... Dude, Yes. Oh, my God, no. Come on. For me, it's a spacebar in the sea. Dude, I'm telling you. So, dude, okay. I've been texting for years on an iPhone. Literally, like, my whole life almost, I've been texting on an iPhone. I'm pretty sure I know where the keys are. But this past, like, 6 months, actually, after I saw a video about this, it stopped working. Like, I have way more misspells. It takes me so much longer to get a text out. Okay. But I think that's on purpose. Oh, Apple. Because I don't think it's an Apple thing. I think it's higher than that. Oh, my God. The tree. That's good. Have you been sending more voice memos out lately than... No, don't strike. You're good. Have you been sending out more voice memos than you have before recently? Yeah. I think that's on purpose. I think that they're purposefully making it so where you have typos, so it's just easier for you to talk into the phone. Oh, my God. So they can get our data and our But voice. why would they want you to talk into the phone? Oh, my God. So, because AI, all this stuff, they're trying to get as much IP from you as they can, so they're getting our voices.
Oh, dude, yeah, it's getting spooky.
I've been on the record of this podcast saying I hate sending out voice memos and I hate people sending me voice memos.
Oletteko tekin huomannut, että tulee väärinkirjoituksia enemmän kännykässä nykyään? Kattokaa, Venezuelassa kun oli maanjäristys, niin taivaalla oli ihme punaisia salamoita.
Não sei se vocês conseguem ver um pontinho preto aqui, ó. Vou dar o zoom aqui, ó, em tempo real. Olha só o que minha câmera pegou, Zé.
Tää on aito kuva.
Mano, olha isso aí, ó, no céu, velho. Por Deus do céu, velho. Acabei de filmar esse troço aí, ó. Sério, galera. Se filmar não, perdão. Tirar foto. Olha isso aqui, velho. Minha câmera não conseguiu pegar muito bem nítida. Eu chego e tô tremendo, mano. Mas olha isso aqui, ó. Isso aqui é lá em Carlão, ó.
Kuulemma nämä Euroopan helleaallot voi johtua jostain geoengineering ohjelmasta. missä laitetaan taivaaseen nanopartikkeleita, alumiini, bariumeri, vanoja. Okei, kato mitä muuta täällä on. Okei, näitä FIFA-juttuja, näitä on niin liikaa, ei vitti laittaa näitä liikaa. Katsotaan tää, ainakin se pallo-ohjaus nähtiin.
He's saying it's not offside. I don't think he's off. I think the front post player plays him on.
Okei, no näitä ei ole.
Leaked Ukrainian UFO drone footage witnesses something impossible.
Tää oli uutisissakin.
May 2025, 800 meters above a war zone, a Ukrainian military drone turns its thermal camera to the sky and catches this object. Now, if we look closely, a brilliant white-hot core surrounded by 6 sharp glowing spikes, almost like a living star or a chandelier floating in the cold night sky. The object slowly tumbles and rotates as the shaky drone camera tries to keep it centered. And you can see the military overlays like Typhoon and the altitude readings and the battery warnings flashing low battery. There is 0 engine glow, 0 exhaust and 0 wings, and it just drifts with purpose through the clouds below. And this wasn't leaked by a random person, it was sent straight to Serhiy, one of Ukrainian's top electronic warfare experts and advisors to the Ministry of Defense. The Typhoon unit is real and their thermal drone feeds are real. Flash has shared this because Ukraine now treats UAPs as official military intelligence, and they have a classified document approved by the Commander-in-Chief himself. Just strange deliberate movement against a freezing background of the sky, in the middle of the largest war currently taking place in Europe. And this object appeared, and the drone operators kept filming, and Flash says what we call UFOs could be new weapons, but what if it's something humanity has never understood? Something that doesn't belong to any nation on Earth. And no, this is not CGI, this is not AI, this is raw thermal data from the battlefield drone, a glowing star-shaped anomaly captured at 800 meters altitudes by soldiers who risk their lives every single day. In a world full of drones, missiles and war, the sky still hides secrets that no one can explain. With the US releasing their versions of UFO files, other countries are starting to take the reins and do it themselves as well, because it doesn't just happen in America, this is a worldwide phenomenon.
Näyttää tältä. Tarkoittaako se, että energialähteet paikka jotenkin pyhä tai epäpyhä? Ei, vaan se meinaa, että se lähtee energiaa. Ja energia, oli se sitten ydinenergia, sähkö, niin kuin jos on tarpeeksi energiaa, niin se on voimakasta ja sen tuntee. Haamuissakin ja hengeissäkin voi olla energiaa. Tai siis on. Tässä, kato, se näyttää tältä Starmie Pokemonilta. Okei, jatketaan. Mitäs muuta täällä on?
This image right here is a real image of a real reptilian alien creature that lived amongst humans in a small town in the Netherlands. Now, the image went pretty viral back in 2024, particularly on Twitter. Now, this person who posted about it goes on to explain that people believed he suffered from a strange illness and were afraid to touch him, never realizing he was a reptilian.
Kaikesta voi lähteä energiaa, kun kaikki on. Joo, mutta se voimakkuus, jos on tarpeeksi voimakas, sen tunnistaa. Se tulee kunnolla läpi.
Now this right here is apparently how reptilian alien creatures look, according to eyewitnesses. And according to UFO enthusiasts, the reptilian creatures come from the draconian star system that is located roughly 270 light years from.
Okei, mennään liikaa jo aikaa tuohon.
This kid just went missing for exposing something in crypto.
Literally shaking after finding what I just saw on Bitcoin. Like, I feel like I'm gonna hit post and then I'm gonna be like washed or something after I walk out of my house today. Look at this chart on Bitcoin. Notice anything suspicious? Oh, maybe every single all-time low and all-time high run were the same exact amount of days. I'm literally in disbelief. Look at this. 2014 to 2017, the exact day we made all-time highs was 1,064 days. Okay, whatever, doesn't really mean much. Okay, 2017, 2018 went back to all-time lows, took 364 days. 2018 to 2021, when did we top out? The exact day, Monday the 15th, 2021 November. How many days was it? 1,064, just like the previous run. Oh, and what do you know? From that exact top back to the low, 364 days. Okay, Monday the 8th of November to Monday the 7th of November, 2022. And what do you know? This run from all-time lows to all-time highs, 1,064 days again, all the way from Monday the 7th, November 2022 to Monday the 6th, October 2025. So, what does that mean? That basically means we know exactly when Bitcoin's going to bottom out. This shit, if accurate, which it should be, there's less than a 0.0000001% chance this is still random. Monday the 6th, 2025, so it'd be Monday the 5th, October 2026, which would put us around maybe 20 to 40,000. Maybe that's where we're bottom out, and then we'll buy again. Like, don't even listen to me.
Syksyllä Bitcoin räjähtää. Miksi kun Cerni on nyt sammutettu, niin saamme nukuttua paremmin? En saa unta, laittakaa takaisin. Nukun huonosti, en tiedä mitä se meinaa. Jengillä on vaan ehkä villi mielikuva. Kattokaa, pienellä paikkakunnalla tapahtui jo 3. traaginen kuolema. Mitä tää meinaa? Kattokaa, Venezuelan maanjäristyksessä pelastui Pyhä Marjan patsaassa. Ehjänä säilyy raunioissa. Sitten kuulemma lapsia viedään lapsikauppaan tuon maanjäristyksen.
Venezuela, 40 seconds apart with a distance of 14 miles between both. A record. Then we see the red skies, definitely not natural. So now that Venezuela is officially the elite's new playground, here comes the missing children. And I see a lot of talk about kids being sold on Vinted, but that's just a diversion, just like the Wayfair scandal. Elites don't buy children on retail stores, that's too easy to trace. But it doesn't mean they don't buy them. In 2010, after the earthquake in Haiti, a woman named Laura Silsby was caught at the border with 33 Haitian children claiming they were orphans, but they were not. 33? And the Clintons, who are some of Epstein's favorite clients, bailed her out, and then she got a job at Amber Alert. You can't make this up. There were also children missing after the Maui fires, and mainstream media ignored the story completely. Now, if you ask me if it's possible that weather can be manipulated to advance a political agenda while trafficking children for the elite, I'm gonna say this. Do they poison our food and water? Did they create a bioweapon, made us sick and got rich off of it? Did they bomb a kid's school in Iran? Are they capable of genocide? Come on, create a weather disaster and traffic children in the process? That's light work. When it comes to our kids, there's no debate. The perpetrators must be executed. And I know that this story can be upsetting, but as long as we prioritize hitting the streets for a Knicks game instead of the real issues, nothing's gonna change.
Mitäs tää on?
And people are cutting down the flock cameras, are cutting down the carbon taxing congestion cameras all over the UK and Europe and here. And I say, more power to the people. But you need to know about it all. But just remember, while you're cutting down the flock cameras and cutting down the congestion cameras, this little baby right here can tell what your heartbeat is from a couple feet away. Did you know that? This little baby right here can listen to you even when it's off, just through the apps. This little baby has GPS triangulation from the cell towers down to 3 feet. This little piggy is tyranny. This little piggy's surveilling you. This little piggy's selling your data. This little piggy gave China all the code keys to all Apple devices 8 years ago. This little piggy is the obelisk from 2001.
Alex Jones tietää kanssa, mitä puhelin on.
Did you guys know that not too long ago they discovered a painting behind an ancient painting in Italy? And what is shocking about this whole situation is not just there's another painting, like, you know, paintings are all over the place, but the painting is of a guy on a horse slaying a dragon. So this is a painting. You got a blue sky, you got a guy on a horse with a spear, and this crazy dragon-looking thing with bones all around it. But here's the question you need to be asking yourself. Why is it not like a real animal that they drew? Why did they draw this fictional thing that's a total myth and that's not real at all? why does the Chinese calendar have a dragon on it with a bunch of other real animals, one mythical fake one that's not existent, but they don't have a panda? This is actually two things in one. Ancient Chinese images, they've drawn everything, but they never drew a panda up until the early, 19th century something, which is shocking. Why wouldn't
oli se
the panda
Panda-salaliitto
be where the fake
videokin tuossa
dragon is?
lähetyksen
Now you may be
alussa.
thinking like, maybe they thought like it was dinosaurs and they wrote dragon instead. Well, actually the theory is, what if they weren't dinosaurs, but they were actually dragons? And then of course that leads us to the question, if there were dragons, where did they all go? If they existed amongst us, it's like that should be pretty well recorded. So did the history get erased and they got rid of all the dragons? Or did they fly away past the ice wall or something? Like, these are questions you got to be wondering. Apparently, Marco Polo wrote, hold on. Marco Polo claimed that the Chinese emperor kept massive quote-unquote dragons in a province called Karazhan, which is modern-day Yunnan. According to his account, these creatures were raised by special families and used to pull large royal chariots in ceremonial parades. And what does a Chinese parade have today? Dragons, dude. Chinese New Year, it's all about dragons, man. So, what happened to the dragons? Comment your thoughts below and follow for more.
Itse asiassa tuosta lohikäärmen jutusta. Kattokaapas tätä, ottakaa. Se on täällä History-kanavassa. Se tuli pari päivää sitten. Tää. Kattokaa tää jakso. Tässä lopussa.
Hove, England.
Puhutaan tuossa lohikäärmeestä. Kattokaa tätä.
In the bombardier beetle.
Kun jengi sanoo, että miten muka lohikäärme voisi syöstä sitten tulta suusta, onko se mahdollista? Kattokaa.
Ancient astronaut theorist Georgios Tsoukalos visits the Ventura Biocenter to examine one of Earth's most curious creatures, the bombardier beetle. This little bug is a marvel of evolution, or some say, intelligent design.
Peter, good to see you.
Nice
How
to
are
see
you?
you. And this
All
is
right.
Tom.
Hi.
Hello, Tom.
Nice to meet
Pleasure. How's it going?
Tom is our insect wrangler and is going to help us set up a demonstration on one of the coolest animals on Earth, the bombardier beetle.
That's fantastic because about a year ago, Eric von Daniken gave me his latest manuscript for his newest book. And we all know that there are these multiple creatures that seem to defy Darwinian evolution. And one creature that jumped out at me that I hadn't heard before was this beetle right here.
This beetle is fascinating from an evolutionary point of view. And in fact, it's been used by many people to suggest that evolution doesn't work at all. And the reason is the enormous complexity of this thing. This animal is a chemical warrior. It's able to shoot out boiling hot streams of
Kato, tää kuorioinen pystyy ampumaan kiehuvan kuumia virtoja.
really toxic
Todella myrkyllistä
liquid.
nestettä,
The same sort of mix as rocket fuel.
jonka seos on samanlainen kuin raketti polttoaineella. Bro, kaikki tarinat lohikäärmestä jokaisessa sivilisaatiokulttuurissa. Plus, ne on aina kuvattu, että ne myös syöksee tulta. Ja sitten löytyy tällainen kuoriainen, jolla on sisällä rakettipolttoainetta. Niin mikä vielä riittää todisteeksi tässä vaiheessa?
That's amazing.
And it can shoot over 500 of these bursts per second.
500 tollaista laukausta sekunnissa, bro.
But the process happens so fast, it's almost in a blink of an eye. So we have a high-speed camera over here that can shoot about 2,500 frames per second. And with that camera, we can slow down this process. And in seeing that process, we can work out the exact sequence of events.
With the high-speed camera, the beetle can be seen blasting rapid-fire streams of deadly chemicals directed at any would-be predator.
wow,
how cool.
Projected it in that particular the organs that produce the chemicals, and two separate chemicals are being made. We've got this hydroquinone, which is actually a makeup of the organics of the creature. It's part of its external skeleton. The second one is a chemical called hydrogen peroxide, which is rocket fuel. Now, if we combine these two together in a chamber, what we can do is build this chemical material that's going to get really hot and blast out the back of the bug. So one of the coolest things about this whole system is got a one-way valve. Once this chemical concoction that's getting really hot starts reacting, the last thing you want is having to blast back into the interior of your body. So it can direct it, squirts out this super hot, super toxic material into that predator's face. And
Bet you haven't heard this. Here is an old photo of Erica Kirk's parents, Lori and Kent Francais. And here is a younger photo of them with a lady named Lilith Aquino. Now, Lilith Aquino is married to a Michael Aquino, who is quite literally the most prolific Satanist in our military. He specializes in psychological operations, and he actually founded the first ever tax-exempt, government-recognized satanic institutions called the Temple of Set. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that Aquino's house was raided in 1987, where they quite literally found videos of him performing satanic, ritualistic blank blank on children. And never once has any charges been filed against him because he's a CIA operative. Yeah. Here's an older photo of Michael and Lilith, just to throw in there. And also, a lot of people have suspicion that he might be their father, but I don't know. Either way, I'll just go ahead and end it with this clip.
You are a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army. Correct. Now, and how does the Army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set? The Army is not about my religion or...
Jaha, alkoi pätkiä tietenkin nyt. Päästiin suoraan asiaan.
The entire span of my Army career, which began in 1968. And there was a reasonable amount of curiosity, as there has been all the way along, that what exactly is this strange people? And I've talked about it much the same way that I've talked here today on your show about it. And other than the Army has paid very little attention to it. So you just go about your Army duties and it's fine and... Okay.
How did nobody notice this? You used to have a memory card, right? A BlackBerry, your iPhone. I don't know if iPhones ever had a memory card you could pop out. Androids, of course, did. They took away our memory cards and then charged us to store data. Of course, you have an option to pay for it. I'm not saying it's forced, but I mean, I got 100,000 pictures and videos on my phone. I'm paying like $8 a month to put it on the cloud. It's not the cloud. It's somebody else's computer. Here's the crazy part. That's not all. And how did we not notice that? They took away the headphone jack and then sold us $300. The whole Apple AirPod thing is a shocking rabbit hole if you see how they did that. They took away DVDs and VHSs by phasing them out. And now you stream and you pay. You don't own any videos. You stream. The crazy part about that, by the way, is if everything is digital, they could edit at the blink of an eye concepts, ideas, old films, and you'd never know. Especially with the advancement of AI, they could take a 20-minute segment out of the movie The Patriot and replace it with something else, so something else completely happens. Most people forget about it. We're too bombarded with information to even know what's going on. They took away our ability to fix our cars in our driveway. Now you got to take it in, man. The sensor's gone. You need a computer to read your car's computer. You want to put a new battery, or you want to put a new tail light on it or something? It's software locked to the VIN. You got to pay the cloud services of the vehicle's manufacturer to replace it. Things are getting shocking, man. Keep your head on a swivel.
Oikeasti säilyttäkää niin paljon kuin voitte pelejä, historiaa, kirjoja, koska jos kaikki on vain netissä pilvessä, niin sitten me ollaan kaikki pilvessä.
Are there any other animals you think are fake?
Penguins, I think, are very mysterious, and I'll tell you why. Fashion is so emblematic of power. Why is a tuxedo a tuxedo? You know, you don't really think about it. You're like, oh, that's a sweet tuxedo. It's like, why the fuck did everyone start dressing like a penguin with a tail? Because they didn't used to. Before, they'd be like colorful. You look at the Medici bankers and stuff. Why did the Rothschilds get an island in Antarctica in 1815? Why is it called an emperor penguin? Why is the reason we can't go there to protect the penguins? Why did John Kerry go to Antarctica on election day in 2016 to check the penguins? What the fuck? Why do penguins hoard shiny little pebbles and they're all bisexual? And I'm not saying penguins are midgets in suits or anything, but like, I think it's a tell of where some shit is. It would be hard being a central banker. Imagine you lend money to one of these kings for a war. They don't pay you back, so they just kill you. Like, that actually did happen to them. So then you hide the gold, but eventually there could be a revolution. They just take back the gold. So you have to really think, like, where do you put the gold? Antarctica! Where is the one place that the entire world for the last 60 years has agreed that no one can go to for no fucking reason? There was a revolution in France in like 1848, and somebody was like, okay, Rothschilds, we have to tablet it up. Where's the gold? And they did give coordinates that it was like Antarctica. Dude, it's called Rothschild Island next to Deception Island. And you can't see it on fucking Google Maps. Like, it's pixelated on Google Maps.
Oh.
Check this out.
Listen, man, when I tell you God is good, look at the Bible, y'all.
Listen,
look at the Bible.
Listen,
in the middle of the fire.
Listen, everything got burnt in that room except for the word.
Except for the word, bro.
Look at that.
Oh my God! Like
except for the word.
Like the inside is made of metal.
Listen, did y'all see the Xbox One? How that looked?
Oh
and
my
this was
goodness.
right next to the Xbox One.
No, it was not next to it.
Where was it, Bernie?
It was on top of it.
This was on top of the Xbox One.
On top of the Xbox. I know this for a fact. Wow. And that's paper.
Wow. Hey, where's that Xbox One?
Wow. The Xbox is in here. Hold on. Look at the Xbox, y'all.
Listen. Hey,
look at the Xbox.
Hey, where's the book at? Put it on top of it.
Look at
this was on top of the Xbox One.
Oh my God.
And look at this.
And look at this.
So, man, wow.
Wow, bro.
Yeah, that's a special. Hey,
that is crazy.
We could fix the Xbox One, but the book.
Pyhä Maria patsas säilyy ehjänä maanjäristyksessä Venezuelassa ja Raamattu säilyy ehjänä tulipalosta. 27 vuotta palomiehenä olen nähnyt näitä useampia. Hallelujah.
What country does this flag belong to?
Netherlands.
And this?
Thailand.
And this?
Finland.
This?
France.
This?
Indonesia.
This?
Poland.
And now if you zoom out of all these flags, what country is it? Norway.
Norway.
So are all of these countries Norwegian? Because they have the flags cut out from the
Suomenkin lippu osa Norjan lippua oikeesti.
Isn't that concerning?
Mitäs siihen sanotte? Me ollaan kaikki Norjan alla.
I'm in the centre of the White Sheet Hill crop circle, and behind me here you see the barley grain. And we have barley grains rising back to the surface again, and this is the outer edge that not many people have kind of touched, which is a major indicator for a more anomalous activity. You can see below me here, like I'll show you now, all of this has been trampled and crushed with people walking in here doing ceremonial bowls and crystal stuff, so therefore it's ruined the barley because it breaks the stems. Whereas on the outside edge, the stems are not broken and it's pushing back towards the sun again, much like the Sutton Veney one with the strange activity. We have a key indicator here. Now, when people create crop circles, a lot of people like to say with humans it is boards and rope. And as they go along, they squish the crops down and then the crop kind of kills itself off. But we don't have that happening here. And this is why I wanted to wait a week before we come out here so we can really see what's going on. Now, there's a few other key indicators which I want to talk about. Up on the hillside here, whenever we have a genuine strange encounter, there's always burial mounds or historic sites. And up on this hill is a Neolithic site which dates back about 5,000 plus years old. There used to be settlements, burial mounds, other strange activity and ritualistic activity all around here as well. There's another key indicator I would like to talk about. Whenever you have an anomalous crop circle or sites where there's strange activity, there's chalk and quartz geology present quite heavily. And where we are right now is chalk and quartz geology. So there's a lot of flint rock, chalk as well, lots of piezoelectricity. So around there, lots of energy can be conjured up. Strange activity takes place, whether that be orbs.
Joo, jatketaan eteenpäin. Kattokaa tätä. Rannalle huuhtoutui 6 kummallista palloa epäillään tulleen avaruusaluksesta. Australian koillisrannikolle on huhtoutunut 6 kummallista palloa, joita epäillä olevan avaruusromua. Katsokaa. Avaruusromua. Ja tästä lähtee energiaa kanssa. En tiedä mitä on, mutta on sisällä energiaa. Kela tällainen vaan putoo taivaasta. Avaruusromua. Fiksaa skeneen vähän, sori. Mitä tässä nyt on ongelmana? Fiksaa sä ite, veli. Näyttää kyllä valmistetulta, jep. Mut mikä se oikeesti on? Mä en usko, että se on vaan avaruusromua. Toi on jotain. Tuolla on kyllä joku tarkoitus, kun se on taivaassa. Kattokaa, tää on vuodelta 98.
Thousands of true believers travel to a small town in Georgia looking for a miracle.
On October 13th, 1998, 100,000 Americans abandoned their cars along the roadside and walked through the mud toward a small farm in the rural town of Conyers. The reason? They were about to witness what is now known as the American Miracle of the Sun, an astronomical and spiritual event that seemed to replicate the exact dynamic of the Fatima apparitions of 1917, but in modern times, under the watchful eye of cameras, skeptics, and doctors. In this video, we will explore a case that shook the foundations of both the church and science in the United States. We will examine the impossible instant photographs taken by pilgrims, the results of neurological tests conducted in real time on the visionary's brain, and we will understand why this event in Georgia represents one of the most complex religious investigations in recent history. If you think tangible miracles belong only to Europe's distant past, prepare to change your mind. It all begins in 1990. Nancy Fowler, an ordinary American nurse and housewife, begins claiming that she is receiving messages from the Virgin Mary and Jesus. She does not choose a public place, but her own private home, a farm in Conyers. The apparitions were said to follow a specific pattern, the 13th of every month, a date that in the Catholic world is inseparably linked to the apparitions of Fatima. Word begins to spread. At first, dozens of people arrive, then hundreds, then tens of thousands. Georgia is a predominantly Protestant state, and local authorities suddenly find themselves having to manage a mass movement of Catholics coming from every state in America and from Mexico. Rockdale County is forced to mobilize the National Guard to maintain public order. The logical question is this: why would 100,000 people drive for days just to stare at the porch of a farm? The answer lies in what was happening in the sky. During the gatherings, thousands of eyewitnesses, including television journalists sent to discredit the event, begin reporting physically inexplicable atmospheric phenomena. Just as in Fatima 80 years earlier, the sun seemed to change its behavior. Recorded testimonies describe a solar disk that lost its blinding brightness, allowing people to look directly at it without suffering retinal damage. Then the sun began to pulse, changing color from yellow to silver and emitting pink and blue rays that illuminated the field. Many reported seeing the sun spin on itself or plunge toward the earth, accompanied by a sudden and intense scent of roses filling the air, even though there were no rose gardens nearby. From the point of view of optics and astronomy, such a movement of the sun would destroy the solar system. Skeptics immediately spoke of mass hallucination caused by suggestion and corneal damage. But mass hallucination is an internal psychological phenomenon. It does not leave physical evidence. In Conyers, however, there was physical evidence. In the early 1990s, smartphones did not exist, and digital image manipulation required expensive equipment and time. The pilgrims in Conyers used Polaroid cameras. Instant Polaroid film develops the photograph chemically in the user's hands within seconds, making darkroom tampering impossible. When those present pointed their Polaroid cameras toward the sun during the phenomena, the developed images showed anomalous results that the human eye had not perceived. Hundreds of instant photos taken by different people with different cameras showed the same anomaly, a bright golden rectangle suspended in the sky, which the pilgrims called the door of heaven. Other photos showed solid rays of light in the shape of a perfect cross or luminous silhouettes resembling the Virgin Mary. The phenomenon became so widespread that Victor Balaban, a researcher from the prestigious Emory University, conducted an academic study specifically on these photographs. Other experts in photographic optics explained that pointing a lens toward the sun creates internal reflections inside the lens, known as lens flares. However, the anomaly of Conyers lay in the perfect and repetitive geometry of these reflections across completely different cameras, an element that standard optical physics struggled to explain fully. For the Catholic Church and for science, visual phenomena are not enough to authenticate a miracle. The focus of the investigation had to move from the sky to the brain of Nancy Fowler. The visionary voluntarily agreed to undergo rigorous clinical examination.
Why would a mountain on the border between Germany and Austria be off limits to the public if it were just a hill? Why would there be an extensive cave system that is home to over 400 known caves, reaching depths of 1,148 meters, that was all just discovered in 1996? Old world dwarfs inside of a mountain. Are you ready? Who built the caves? Were these caves naturally forming? Of course not. And we know this because we are told that the Nazi regime constructed an elaborate network of tunnels and bunkers inside this mountain. Now, I'm going to ask you, did they build them or did they find them? Where the tunnels were designed with high domed roofs, wide floors.
Siis kuunnelkaa, nämä kääpiöt on oikeasti olemassa. Kaikki mytologiset olennot, kuunnelkaa. Tässä on edesmennyt tiibetiläinen korkeatason munkki. Ja Singaporessa teki munkki. Tämä on kovan luokan buddhismunkki. Täällä on voitte katsoa, nämä tekee, täällä on kaikkea rituaaleja ja muita. Kato, täällä on semmoisia entiteettejäkin niiden sisälle. Kato.
On a daily basis with the people around us. This is most important to develop in our mind and not to let it become lax.
생전 탐정 때는 가려이네.
Continue building, to continue.
Mutta tässä on tämä tyyppi, eli se on tämmöisessä korkean luokan rituaaliseremonioissa. Niin kato mitä se kertoo Euroopan kääpiöistä. Tuli mieleen tuossa äskeisessä videossa, kun siitä puhuttiin, että siellä luolassa Saksassa asuu kääpiöitä. Kattokaa.
Couldn't believe her.
No niin. Kattokaa. Kato, miten voi olla näin sama tarina?
And everything really in Belgrade, Yugoslavia, when she was growing up, was really idyllic. During that time, World War II, Nazi Germany started taking over and fighting different European countries. And but before that happened, nobody knew anything. Everybody was going to school, everybody was working their farms, everybody was living their lives, and everything was real natural and easy. And one day my mom said she went outside of her house with her family with their sisters and brothers. And you know, her sisters and brothers recall this also. And the neighbors all came out. And it was really an incredible sight. It's like something out of Hollywood. But she told me there was caravans and caravans and caravans of little people. And this is my paranormal story for you tonight about these people that you usually don't see. We're not talking about dwarves. We're talking about little people, tiny. She said that they were really, really tiny. They reached up probably up to your hip. There were just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. And they just stretched down the road, and they had packed all their belongings. They packed up their picks, their hoes, their farming equipment. They packed up their clothes. They packed up even their livestock. And she said, you know what? They had teeny little horses, tiny little horses. They had wagons, covered wagons and all that. And everything was just like Yugoslavians, except it was in miniature. It was like a movie set. She said that she couldn't believe her eyes. She just couldn't believe what she was seeing. But you know, it was not like as in little people, as in dwarf people that we see today. You know, you see one or two here and there. I mean, it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these people. And they had talked to them. My mother and her neighbors and my mother's parents had talked to the little people. That's what she called them. And they were very friendly, they were very nice. Our family has asked them, what are you doing? Where are you all from? Who are you? And they said that we are people who live under the ground.
Me olemme ihmisiä, jotka elävät maan alla.
And normally you can't see us.
Normaalisti ette näe meitä.
Normally you can't communicate with us. And it's very rare, once in a while, people will see us in the forests. You know, we chance upon each other accidentally, but we usually keep our identities quiet and secret, and you can't see us. And they say, we are leaving Yugoslavia. We're leaving this area. We're leaving for another area. Where, they didn't say, because there's going to be a war coming. There's going to be fighting. There's going to be bloodshed.
Ne tiesi etukäteen sodasta. Mutta ei mennä näihin nyt. Vielä näihin YouTube-videoihin. Jatketaan siitä, mihin jäätiin. Okei, kuunnelkaa, nyt on varoitus. Tämä seuraava on oikeasti demoninen video. Tämä kertoo tästä iranilais-Queen-artistista. Se puhuu demoneista ja tästä lähtee oikeasti tosi paha energia tästä videosta. Katsokaa omalla vastuulla. Mä varoitin teitä.
Why do they use Beelzebub? I study demonology and things. I just love the word Beelzebub.
Nobody knows what it means, and Freddie never explained it to us.
When Brian May said those words, his voice carried something
Freddie
few people noticed. A pause, a flicker, as if even after decades, the mystery still bothered him. Bohemian Rhapsody had made them legends, but behind its operatic chaos hid a name that would haunt Freddie forever. Beelzebub. Who or what was Freddie calling upon when he wrote that line? And why did he never explain it, not even to his closest friends? Some say it was just theater. Others whisper it was something deeper. A rumor that began long before the fame. According to an old story passed around by fans in the early 90s, Freddie once took a short, unplanned trip, somewhere between his art school years and the birth of Queen. He told almost no one where he was going. A friend remembered him saying only, "I need to see something before it sees me." Weeks later, he returned changed, quieter, more distant, almost consumed by an idea he refused to share. Years after his death, a man claiming to be Freddie's distant cousin from Zanzibar told a British tabloid that Freddie had visited a temple built over ancient Persian ruins, a place known to local priests for invoking spirits older than the devil himself. Religious leaders from Stonetown denied it ever happened, calling the story a Western fantasy. But the rumor stuck, and it merged with that single lyric, "Beelzebub has a devil put aside for me." Was Freddie hinting at that journey? Was Beelzebub a metaphor for the price of genius? Or something he believed he had actually met? No one can say. But what unsettles fans most is that he never laughed.
Tällainenkin videopiirtokuvio on tullut. Tällainen on vaikea tehdä, kato, kun se menee tälleen. Ei edes symmetrisesti. Mutta silti se menee jotenkin myös symmetrisesti.
Then I realize what it is. There's a man in back of this place. He's the one who's doing it.
No fair, no fair. Referee, no fair.
Kattokaa, AirPodit pystyy nyt lukea sun aivot. Laittakaa oikeasti tuommoista teknologiaa teidän aivoihin. Kuulostaa hyvältä idealta. Teknologia, mistä ette tiedä yhtään mitään. Laittakaa vaan teidän aivoihin.
You're gonna like this. What did God take out of Adam to create Eve? A rib. And what are one of the only bones in a human body that can actually regrow itself? Ribs. And what do those ribs surround in the human body? The heart. And how many ribs are in a human body again? 24. Now check this out. And the 24 elders who sit on their thrones before God fell on their faces and worshiped God. That verse is talking about heaven. 24 elders sit around Jesus like human ribs, and Jesus is the heart of our faith.
Oh, symbologia.
This device was banned by the Rockefellers in the 1800s. These are copper tensor glasses, once used to enhance eyesight and eliminate headaches. As electrical beings, we run on energy. Copper acts as a conductor, boosting blood flow to specific areas to promote healing. People once wore copper on their ankles for knee pain or around their heads for vision issues. These were the original glasses before the current trillion-dollar industry replaced them with designs that often worsen our sight. They even added crystals like amethyst to the center to emit healing frequencies for mental clarity. If you've ever wondered why these aren't sold anymore, it's because the elites discovered
Joo, tuommoiset lasit pitää laittaa myyntiin. XTLST sopii. Tiedätte veli, xtlst.net on auki nyt. Kattokaa. Eli täältä saa tarroja ja huppareita. xtlst.net.
So if you've ever seen the ancient Hindu pictures, you'll notice something that no one else notices, right? Most people look at this and they think, oh, this is talking about horses, a person there and a person there. No, that's completely wrong, right? Look closer. Look at what it's trying to show you. Understand that you are the observer, the soul living in the mind. You're not the thoughts, you're the one observing it. You're the observer. So this is the observer, the soul. This guy's the mind commanding the body, the animals. Awareness, mind, body. It's all you. How crazy is this?
So they told you that urine was just a waste product and it has no uses. But did you know urine contains thousands of undifferentiated stem cells, meaning they don't yet have a form and can turn into organs, nerves, muscles, or skin, anything the body needs. These cells become even more potent if you let the urine sit in a dark, cool glass container for a month, creating hundreds of thousands of stem cells. It's true, and the ancients have used this for thousands of years. Regarding usage, only collect the midstream of your first morning urine to avoid the waste found in the initial flow. People are told it's toxic, but after that initial flow, it's rich in stem cells. It's essentially liquid gold.
Liquid gold, niin ei se ole sattumat, kun se on keltainen värinen. Se kertoo teille, että se on arvokasta. Jos te haluatte kantasoluja teihin, niin juokaa kustaa. Mitä menetettävää teillä on loppujen lopuksi? Kyllä se on kokeilemisen arvoinen juttu, mä oon sitä mieltä.
Meteor showers prove that the Earth is flat. Look. You always look up for a meteor shower. If the Earth was a spinning ball in space, meteors would be coming up from the horizon as well. If the Earth was a ball, meteors would be coming up from all angles. But they never do. They only fall from the sky.
Mä kysyin tekoälyltä. Se sanoi, että ne tulee kyllä monista suunnista, ei vaan ylhäältä. Mutta syy, miksi se näyttää niin, on, että Maan painovoima vetää niitä kohti maan keskipistettä. Joo, ei ole painovoimaa todistettu. Kaatu yrittää damage kontrolloida. Tohtori Bernardo Kastrup, entinen Cern-tutkija, väittää, että kaikki mitä näemme, kosketamme ja koemme on vain mielen luoma illuusio, jonka tietoisuus heijastaa. Fyysinen maailma ei ole olemassa ulkopuolellamme, se on meidän mielemme, joka luo sen.
You don't think Earth is flat? I fly a lot. One time I took a 25-hour flight, and the plane never did this. So if you're on the map, if US is here and another country is there, when I was going to that country, the plane never did that. That's all I said.
Painovoima ei ole todistettu.
This is the Matrix. Your mobile phone is the Matrix. Whenever the police bust down your door, the first thing they want to get is your mobile phone. That's all they want. Because it shows everyone you've ever spoken to, everywhere you've ever been, all the money you've ever spent on your Apple Wallet, all the websites you've ever visited, even on your computer, they're all synced. They know everything about you from your phone. The phone, they can get it. It is your identity. It is who you are. It is the Matrix. Even then, when you talk about something like a jury trial, oh, but there's a jury trial. Yeah, cool. But if they can understand everything everybody looks at, the things they like, the things they ignore, the things they scroll past, the things they're interested in their free time, the kind of videos they watch, etc., they can get a profile of every single person based on their mobile number. So they can select a jury, which they already know is on side of the gun.
Te tiedätte varmaan nyt kuuluu, että Andrew Tate ja sen veli pidätettiin. Mutta tiedättekö sitä oikeaa syytä, miksi se tapahtuu? Mulla on aika hyvä teoria siitä. Ja se paljastuu tässä lähetyksen, tai siis ei lähetyksen lopussa, vaan tämän Telegram-uutisosion lopussa.
Doesn't matter what topic you bring up. Everything starts back up in the 17 or 1800s. You can look at any basic invention. The plane, the TV, the phone, the light bulb, the population data spikes. You can read the stories, and they will all tell you that they discovered sites in the 1800s. They never discovered this stuff before it. We've documented this hundreds of times now. Our civilization's timeline just started, and we are being given back the old world technology. There was a reset, and it's beyond obvious at this point. Where some people still didn't have plumbing until the 1970s. So after all of this, the question remains, why were these massive palaces constructed all over the world, covered in gold, marble, and stained glass, built with perfect geometry, yet they didn't have a toilet? So the question remains, why didn't these palaces have a toilet? You build this massive palace, and you can't figure out how to put a toilet in? We all know that this is not what happened. We already know they were technologically capable of putting a toilet in if they wanted to. We can see what they created. These things are still here today. And if you've ever been inside one of these structures, you'll know that they weren't constructed for a simplistic, donkey riding, reading by candlelight, hut living society. The individuals who constructed these palaces were incredible and purposely left the toilets off the blueprints. And I believe they did this because we are not being told what the true purpose of these structures really are. I believe they've been completely hijacked, just like everything else has. I believe that their true purpose was actually to be an energy machine. They were not constructed for people to go hang out inside of, and I'm going to prove it right now. Gothic cathedrals are constructed with sacred geometry, constructed using the golden ratio, where we all know that the Notre Dame Cathedral incorporates this ratio all over it, including in its floor plan layout. The golden ratio represents a specific relationship where the sum of two quantities divided by the larger quantity.
Okei, meillä ei ole aikaa tähän mennä eteenpäin. Kattokaa tätä näin. Tää on kova video kanssa. Tää on teoria.
I don't believe they're going to fake an alien invasion. They'll realize that that's a dumb idea. I think after Disclosure Day, they realize that this is not going to work. No one cared about this movie. No one will care about an alien invasion. But they will fake a sentient artificial intelligence that we have lost control of. And that will work. Everyone will believe that. Am I right? If we lose control of artificial intelligence tomorrow, drones start attacking people, computers go down, whole power grids go down, and they tell you that actually we've lost control of one of these advanced artificial intelligence things. Will you believe that? You could believe that, right? But that will be fake as well. That will be fake as well. They will simulate the sentience. This is the simulated sentience hypothesis that will bring about the new Leviathan, and the new Leviathan of the new age will be simulated. Yes, I am absolutely mentally ill. I understand this. It's very hypocritical for me to say all this alien stuff is bullshit and then me tell you the craziest thing you've ever heard in your life. But let me tell you, Skynet will be fake. Skynet will be simulated, and that's what they're going to use. It's not going to be an alien invasion. It's going to be a simulated sentience invasion. A fake AI demon.
Eli odottakaa sitä. Sitten joku linkkasi mulle tämän. Sitten mä löysin tämmöisen kohan tästä videosta. Kattokaa, tämä on joku tärkeä juttu. 29 minuuttia. Katsotaan. Mitä hän on laittanut tänne?
When we were looking to do the next testing phase, we were waiting for IGL Labs to let us know when they were able to do that, because they had sent us a message to say that they were having technical problems with their equipment. So all the second date testing was delayed slightly. And then we got finally a message saying that they weren't going to be doing any more testing because the owner of the lab had suddenly died.
Laboratorion omistaja oli yhtäkkiä kuollut. Niin miten ne oli tehnyt testejä säteilystä vai?
And they had stopped all testing at the lab. So obviously this was really disappointing for our study, but also it became obvious that for some reason this testing that they'd been doing for the last, well, since 2009 was no longer going to be available. So
the frequencies, electromagnetic signals and frequencies, yes.
So, I mean, right now, does that technology already exist?
Yes, it does.
The idea is to create a situation in which the human body is connected to a hive mind. This is why we're seeing this incessant move towards a fusion between humans, the human body, the human brain, and artificial intelligence. Because at that point, and they're openly saying it, people like Ray Kurzweil, the so-called Google futurist, is saying that by 2030, this fusion will be happening, and
2030 mennessä, ei kauan enää. Kattokaa mitä Yle myöntää. Metsän väkeä jättiläiset. Jättiläiset mittelivät voimiaan heittelemällä suuria kiviä. Tällä selittyy metsästä löytyvät siirtolohkareet. Isot kuopat kalliossa olivat puolestaan jättiläisten keittopatoja. Jättiläiset myös synnyttivät soita täyttämällä järviä. Sammaleilla päästäkseen helpommin niiden yli. Siinä se on totuus. Joo, sitten on ollut näitä UFO-tiedostoja, me ollaan näitä nyt nähty liikaa uusia tullut. Kato miten nopeasti toi vaihtaa suuntaan, tää oli kyllä hullu. Tää oli ehkä kans yksi niistä parhaimmista videoista UFO-faileissa, katsotaan. 2020. Joo, toi jännän muotoinen. Kyllä, mitä ikinä sitten toi on. Tää on kyllä ihan Yhdysvalloilta, Pentagonilta.
Hey, check this out. This was from the Argentina game, and a lot of people have noticed that this logo looks a lot like the Freemasonic logo. But what's crazy is the Argentinian flag is a picture of a sun. It looks nothing like...
Täällä on tämä Messin nöyryytysrituaali. 20 vuotta sitten. Ei ole vaikea arvaa mikä homma on.
¡Hala, hala! Les dije que va a estar Messi. Míralo, así sería Messi. ¡Ojo! Pero aquí le veo guapete, ¿eh? Aquí estaba más físico, guapísimo.
Aquí joskus näytetty Salaliitto live.
Cancelado.
Okei, tää on liikaa.
No veas que es el sketch.
¡Hala, hala!
Esto es lo que se pensaba Irene Junquera. Claro.
¡Hala, pero es que... Yo quiero saber si están sus padres ahí encima. No, está cagada, no le gusta.
Mitäs muuta täällä on? Okei, mä jaksan näitä sit.
How on earth did that happen? Naturally. What? That's not possible. Brought here by giants. This 100-ton boulder was lifted on the 3 smaller boulders by giants. In more recent times, these formations have been determined to have been the work of the Ice Age. Nah, I don't believe that. I don't buy the Ice Age. That's definitely brought here by a giant. How on earth?
That's how they trap your soul in reincarnation. Not because someone made you reincarnate, but because you reincarnate yourself. Before you die, you must detach yourself from all physical desires. Because when your body dies, you are stripped of the physical reality, and you are left with the internal, with your thoughts, desires, programs, addictions. If you do not release these traumas, addictions, and desires of the material world, then you will carry them over into the spiritual plane. These desires and addictions cannot be fulfilled in a spiritual plane. Therefore, your consciousness is not ready to progress on towards higher dimensions. Therefore, you manifest yourself because you desire the physical things back into the 3D reality. You have to let go and make your heart as light as a feather. The easiest way to prepare yourself for life after death is by
uskomalla Jeesus Kristus.
Changes happening at the World Cup and FIFA may not want him to win. Look at how he reacted to the new World Cup ball. He knows something isn't right. He says this.
Se on nyt selvä, että tuossa pallossa on jotain ihmeteknologiaa.
Tämä mysteeritemppeli on kuin Intian pyramidit, eikä kukaan tiedä, miten se on rakennettu. Tämä on Mysteerimaanantai, ja tänään me puhutaan Kailasa-temppelistä. Kailasa-temppeli on isoin 34 luolatemppelistä Intian Ellorassa. Se on about 50 x 30 metriä ja sitten vielä 30 metriä korkea. Ja tämä on niinku arkkitehtuurin ihme ulkoa ja sisältä. Ulkopuolen yksityiskohdat on tarkkaan veistetty tuohon temppelin kylkeen, kun sitten taas sisäosat on rakennettu tuollaisiksi resonoiviksi kaikukammioiksi, jotka sieppaa laulun ja muuttaa sen syväksi hymniksi. Ja täällä on ajateltu olevan jotain parantavia ominaisuuksia. Yleensä tällaiset temppelit rakennetaan kivistä alhaalta ylöspäin, mutta Kailasassa tekee erityisen se, että se on kaivettu kallioon ylhäältä alaspäin. Toi on kans maailman isoin monoliittinen rakennus, eli tällainen yhdestä kivestä veistetty rakennus. Ja siksi on saanut lempinimen Mahdoton temppeli. Se, miksi se on alun perin rakennettu tolleen ylhäältä alaspäin, niin siihen on itse asiassa hauska tarina. Ton alueen kuningas sairastui pahasti, jonka takia kuningatar...
Ja sitten oli näitä numerologia-juttuja tuossa FIFA-ottelussa.
That this is a coincidence. What do you mean that Lionel Messi did a charity event in 2007 and was matched with a random family that won a UNICEF raffle, and that 6-month-old baby was
Sitten tästä oli kaikkea. Jeffrey Epstein on yhteyksiä CIA ja Mossadin johtoon.
We all remember the seahorse emoji, right? It looked just like that. It was in your iPhone when it came out in 2000 something. Well, do you really? Because it has apparently never existed. You got the horse emoji and you got the fish emoji. But there has never been officially any seahorse emoji. So why do we all remember one? It's not that they changed the labels on things like Cheez-Its, Fruit Loops.
Sitten kuulemma tää olisi oikeasti, Jamal olisi Messin lapsi. Ja tässä on näitä numerologioita. 19 näkyy tästä Jamal ja Messin futisjutuissa. Ja tarot-korteissakin. Kato, näyttää ihan Jamalilta. Argentiina, aurinko. The Sun. Vai mennäänkö se oikeasti poikaa? En mä tiedä.
Said that you thought that they were demons.
Okay, I did say that.
What did you mean by that?
Well, first of all, there not just in Christianity, but in a number of world religions, there are a number of mystical things that happened, extra dimensional, extra. I'm not one of these.
Varapresidenttikin, maailman mahtavimman valtion varapresidenttikin uskoo alieneihin, niin mitä vielä?
I just want to remind you all as we watch this clip of Messi. He's a left-footed player. He pings that ball with his right foot perfectly to the head of his player. Now, let's just watch that again. Notice how he doesn't even look at where he's going to kick the ball. His head stays down and he pings that pinpoint cross straight to his teammate's header. And hey, who's noticed that Messi's boots are completely different to everyone else's in the World Cup? Everyone seems to be wearing pink boots. But Messi, he's got a completely different boot to everyone else. Very strange if you ask me. Oh, would you look at that? Yes, Lionel Messi's boots are packed with cutting-edge performance technology. Hey, check out this children's book from a couple of years ago. It shows...
Ja toi viimeisin maalivahti finaalissa pidätettiin 6 vuotta sitten. Prostituutiot, huumekuljetus ja asekuljetus. Ainakin voi lahjaa sitä hyvin.
De dormir sozinho, então me chamou pra ficar do lado dele e depois não dormimos a noite toda. O Agüero falou, cara, sobre aquela...
Okei, tää ei ollut kyllä tämänkielinen.
Petrified giant. I know y'all can clearly see him. His face alone is 1,000 feet tall. And we're going to zoom in on here. He's up in Canada. He's called the Badlands Guardian in Canada. So you can go check it out for yourself. But the face clearly is 1,000 feet tall by itself. So that would make him close to 1.5 miles, 2 miles tall. That's what Enoch talked about. They were 3,000 L's tall. That's him. You can see his eye right there at the top. We're going to zoom in right now. He almost looks like a cyclops. Look at that. Oh, he looks like a reptile. Look at that. You can clearly see the nose and the nostril holes. Looks like he's got some reptile DNA. You can even see that it looks like the buck teeth down below right there. I mean, this guy, you can't miss him. You can see his double chin right there. And if you look right there, they've been mining on his neck right there because of the Aika blood. That is the blood of the angels. That is the blood of the Greek gods. They are the same people. Now they're the athletes, the actors, the politicians, everybody in a power position. But you can see this guy.
Täysin normaalia palloa.
Far from any city, buried deep in the frozen wilderness of Alaska, there's a field of antennas so large you can see it from space. They call it HAARP, the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. Officially, it's a research facility, Built to study the ionosphere, the electrified skin of our atmosphere where solar winds slam into Earth's magnetic field. But here's where it gets strange. Some believe HARP isn't just listening to the sky. They believe it's talking to it, and that it can change what happens below. Storms that appear out of nowhere, heat waves in places that should be frozen, floods that break records, droughts that last for years. The theory? By blasting powerful radio waves into the upper atmosphere, HARP can heat specific pockets of air. That heat changes air pressure. Air pressure changes wind. Wind changes everything. Imagine steering a hurricane. Imagine shutting down an enemy's crops without firing a single shot, turning weather into a weapon.
Ooh.
Lamine Yamal on 19 vuotta. Hän pelaa numerolla 19. MM-finaali pelataan 19. päivä. Ja hän pelaa sen Messiä vastaan, joka kylvetti häntä 19 vuotta sitten. Ja silloin myös Lionel Messi pelasi itse numerolla 19.
Hey, this couple did not climb the Empire State Building on a 100-degree day wearing masks. Climbing a building requires you to touch the exterior of the building, which is made of aluminum and metal. Have you ever touched aluminum and metal on a 100-degree day with no gloves on? And yeah, the girl wore gloves with no fingertips on them because her nails wouldn't fit inside the gloves. You think you'd be able to climb a building with 1.5-inch fingernails on? You think you'd be able to climb a building wearing giant boots that are barely tied? Look at those boots. That's crazy. You think you can stand 1,500 feet in the air without holding on to something? Do you know how windy it is up there? And the masks. You can't wear a full face mask like that when it's 100 degrees. I don't think you understand. What about her hair? You could see that she had long hair when they were at the top of that thing because it was sticking out. This was the length of her hair when they were supposedly climbing. And look at these pointy ass heels or boots, whatever that is. Do you think you're climbing a building wearing that? Now let's look at their giant 10-foot flag that they also climbed up with. What's going on with these H's? How come this is a lowercase one and then there's capital ones here that also don't really look normal? Look at that. Why is there lowercase and uppercase? Like, look at this R. And then look at this R. It's actually an F. Even if they messed up and put an F instead of a...
Okay, minä seuraan.
Let's talk crop circles. Now, recently in the past couple of weeks, there has been...
Joo, ne on lisääntynyt.
Another crop circle has appeared in devices, and it appears right next to another one which appeared on July 11th, right? This is absolutely incredible. It's blowing my mind, mate. So there is some historical significances here. It's near an Iron Age hill fort and near Oliver's Castle, which is pretty significant. There's been battles around this area. There's a whole load of ley line intersections as well. The pattern itself is absolutely beautiful, and it's in almost perfect alignment with the previous crop circle that we talked about, right?
Mitä muuta täällä on? Joo, Messi on kyllä 100% gay. Tää on 100% aito video energiasta. Tää on oikeesti kuumottava video. Kato mitä se kätsää tuolta.
Ja, jag kan se det. Go.
Niin se oli, kato. Tossa se on. Mä en saa zoomattua siihen. Kato, tossa se on. Mikä otus toi on? Mikä tää on? Niin kuulemma ei oo 8 miljardia ihmistä. vaan vähintään puolet vähemmän.
Have just surpassed 8 billion people living on Earth. In 1800, there were only 900 million members of the human family spread across the world, raising to 1.65 billion in 1900, and skyrocketing to nearly 7 billion in the year 2000. Now, in 2023, we have allegedly just passed the 8 billion mark. Given past failures and the many lies spewed by the UN during recent world events, however, it is fair and justified.
Mutta en tiedä, ehkä on tajun. Sitten, mitäs täällä on? Niin tää oli hullu tää Salama kirkossa, Mikko Kempenhäissä. Mitähän toi meinaa? Salama iski tornin keskelle kasteja vihkitilaisuudessa. Risti nostettiin pois. Mitä jengi on kommentoinut? Niin kuin se puhui just pappiosta, että nainen alistuu miehelle, niin sitten toi tapahtuu. Tässä on vielä parempi video. Vai johtuuko se tuossa kruunusta? Miksi sillä on kruunu? Onko Jeesus on vaan kuningas? Mikä tää kruunu tässä on vai symboloiksi jotenkin muu?
Kiittäkää aina ja kaikesta Jumalaa Isää, meidän Herramme Jeesuksen Kristuksen nimessä. Alistukaa toistenne tahtoon Kristusta totellen. Vaimon suostukaa miehenne tahtoon niin kuin Herran tahtoon. Sillä mies on vaimonsa pää niin kuin Kristus on seurakunnan pää. Onhan hän seurakunnan oman turkinsa pelastaja. Niin kuin...
Ui. Toi jos joku on merkki. Oikeesti, mikä toi alistusjuttu on? Ei ole mitään tommoista, ainoastaan alistutaan Jeesukselle.
Look how much spiritual pressure this monk had putting down this bull right here. And not just one of them, two of them. And no cord, no strings attached. They're trying to tell you that his ki, his chi, his energy, his aura.
Tolle mä tein niille poliiseille.
New crop circle appears in Ashbury and is absolutely beautiful, mate. Look at this, and it's given the same energy as Sutton Veney last year, which was very anomalous and weird. We conducted an investigation and it was absolutely wild. Now, this video footage was shot by Drone Life UK. He's an amazing drone photographer, mate. So go over there and go check him out, show him some love. I'm going to go visit this one this Sunday because I feel some good juju about this one and I want to go look at the...
Okei, nyt kuunnelkaa. Oletteko se valmiita? Muistatteko, että puhuin tuosta, mikä se oikea syy on, että Andrew Tate pidätettiin? Kuunnelkaa, että tää on jotain. Tää on jotain, mitä sä et saa ikinä tehdä. Kuunteletteko te, ootteko te valmiita? Kuunnelkaa. Uskon, että tää video on se oikea syy, miksi Andrew Tate ja sen veli pidätettiin. Koska tää ei ole mikään vitsin asia, mitä ne tekee tässä videossa. Ja tästä lähtee oikeasti paha energia tuossa videon lopussa. Joten katsominen on myös omalla vastuulla. Nyt kun kertonut teille tämän varoituksen seuraavasta videosta, se oikea syy sille, tämä video kestää 3 minuuttia 30 sekuntia. Ja nyt on kuitenkin keskiyö, niin kaikki voi vaikuttaa teihin voimakkaammin, mutta pistetään tulee. Mutta nämä asiat on semmoisia juttuja, millä ei pelleillä. Mä sanon nyt Andrew Tate ja sen veli teki nyt väärin tämän asian suhteen. Tämmöistä asioita ei pelleillä, edes vitsilläkään.
He's not in the public anymore, he's not speaking out, and then he just goes and does some legendary shit like this, and he just totally, like, if there was any doubt, he wasn't the top G, just like, this is it right here. The dude just went to China to put a fucking curse, a hex on fucking Ben Shapiro. You can't make this shit up. This is legendary shit right
Kiros
here.
Ben Shapiro.
This will inspire a lot of people to follow suit and do some similar funny ass shit like this. This is legendary. Creative, clever, brilliant.
What do we do? You know why we actually came to...
Ai niin, skene. Odottakaa. No niin, ootteko te valmiit?
Legendary. Creative, clever, brilliant.
What do we do? You know why we actually came to Hong Kong, though.
We didn't come for this.
No, we didn't. I told you we came for ramen, but we actually came for something far more important. What did we really come to Hong Kong for? What has the entire world been waiting for? And as usual, everyone's a fucking bitch and a pussy, and I have to get it done. As usual, all the bad things are happening. The bat signal goes up. Top G comes out and has to fix everything all by himself because no one else is nigger enough to get it done. As usual, it's just me. What has the whole world been waiting for?
I think it's actually, no, because I analyze and study geopolitics in my spare time. I think it's for somebody to put a Chinese curse on Ben Shapiro.
Correct.
Thank you.
We came to Hong Kong to put a Chinese curse on Ben Shapiro.
Tää on typerin idea ikinä oikeesti. Ihan sama, kun laittanut Epsteinin tuohon, niin sä teet tollasia juttuja, toi kostautuu sulle takaisin.
And that's exactly what we're gonna do, because no one else is fucking doing it. As usual, everyone else is just standing around. So we're gonna have to get this done. So it turns out these old ladies, beating villains, costs 50 Hong Kong dollars per person. Luckily, in Hong Kong dollars, I'm literally a fucking trillionaire. So let's get it done. Can you bring up a picture of Ben Shapiro, please?
This is stupid.
Hi, you can beat my villains? Okay.
Tää ei ole yhtään hauska.
Sure. He's our villain. He's a bad guy. We need to get rid of him. What do I do?
Write his name.
Write his name. Sure.
On the little figurine.
Ben. This is a fair fight though, because Ben and her are about the same size.
Yeah.
So he can't complain. Shapiro. There you go, Ben Shapiro. That's right.
Ei. Okei, kuunnelkaa, mä näytän tätä videoa, koska tuossa lähti oikeasti paha energia. Mutta se hakkaa siihen jollain kepillä siihen paperiin. Ja sitten sytyttää palamaan, jos mä oikein muistan. Mä en halua oikeasti katsoa tätä videoa. Mutta se tekee sen, se on ei tossa, joo. Ei, älkää kattoko.
That's not new. Michael Jordan wasn't human.
Why would Kevin Garnett say that about Michael Jordan, saying that he wasn't human? And again, there's a lot of weird things surrounding Michael Jordan. Case in point, the arm stretching video. And he's not the only person that has said something bizarre about Michael Jordan. LeBron James has even said something bizarre about Michael Jordan before.
And I didn't know he was going to be there, but I seen him walking towards me, and it was kind of like he was walking on air. I was.
So you tell me what is going on. Maybe this explains why Michael Jordan was so good when he played basketball. Why he seemed so unstoppable when he played basketball. Maybe there was something more going on. Maybe, just maybe. Or maybe there is nothing to any of this at all. Because obviously, Michael Jordan is the greatest of all time in basketball. Space Jam, was it actually a documentary? Was it actually telling you truth in plain sight? Because we all pretty much remember the scene where Michael Jordan stretched his arm to win the game for the Toon Squad. Well, those of us who actually watched the movie growing up. And you could see where Michael Jordan's arm appeared to stretch actually in real life. Now, I know that people are probably going to doubt and say it's just the video quality. It's just the cameras at that time. But what if it wasn't? And there are a lot of other bizarre things that actually happen in Space Jam when you actually begin to think about everything this movie was talking about. Case in point, showcasing these alien-like creatures taking the talents from NBA players to become the Monstars. So,
Okei, nyt mennään YouTube-videoihin.
In February 2026, retired Major General William Neal McCasland vanished from his Albuquerque home.
Ai niin, nämä oli nämä kadonneet tiedemiehet, ei sit kyllä vielä niin mysteeri, mutta jengi unohti ne ja... Mitäs tässä videossa on? Kestääpä kyllä ladata. Jaksaa. Ei tää jaksa enää pyörittää. Katsotaan seuraava video. Kone vetää viimeisiä, eli toimiks mikään näistä? Katsotaan tää, jos tää toimii.
It's not an extraterrestrial. It's one of us. He's using 100% of his brain.
Hove, England, 2008. In the middle of
Who
the
is
night, 20-year-old Charmaine de Rosario Sage is sleeping in bed when she awakens to a frightening sight. A reptilian humanoid.
No niin, nyt päästiin asiaan. Katsotaan uudestaan. Jos tää kone jaksaisi tehdä töitä oikeesti.
Hove, England.
This is one of the strangest ranches in America that has 24/7 security, making sure absolutely nobody gets in.
You are trespassing. Please leave the area.
People have seen their cattle torn apart here.
They have cows, something to put a straw on them and suck them up.
Seen strange creatures.
Okei, no katsotaan tää sitten, kun tää nyt pompahti yhtäkkiä kesken videon.
Suddenly they're seeing monsters, creatures that don't exist.
Unexplainable lights in the sky.
You see lights coming from up there.
Oh wow, it's moving really fast. And detected high levels of radiation.
Radiation so bad that it spikes up where it's like lethal levels.
The natives claim this land has been cursed for hundreds of years, and as we investigated this place, it didn't go as planned.
These people just pulled out right behind me. They're definitely following me.
I wanted to see if any of this was true, and so the first place to start was asking the local residents of the nearby town, Gusher, Utah. Would you happen to know anything about Skinwalker Ranch?
We see lights coming from up there.
Over the ranch?
Yeah.
Do you think it's them or like something that's happening there?
I think it's them.
Do you happen to know anything about Skinwalker Ranch?
I got some videos.
The video doesn't do justice.
Oh wow, it's moving really fast. That's so bright too. Is that a pretty common thing that happens?
I always see stuff like that.
What are your thoughts on all like the weird stuff happening?
You go outside and be out there for a little bit and it feels like something's in the bushes staring at you. So I went down there with my girlfriend because she's a tribal member. Went fishing out there and they had cows that were like something like put a straw on them and sucked them up.
I had an uncle who steamed his deer and got the hide out to dry. And next morning he went outside. The hide that he had hanging out had just these huge rips.
Do you know any areas we should go to or other people we should talk to?
Write down your information.
Perfect. So people definitely were seeing weird things around the ranch, but these were just random.
Voitte katsoa koko videon. Ja muuta täällä on. Kiitos donateista, hei. Kiitos tilauksesta Tidimau. Siunauksia. Kiitti livestä. Ei mitään, vielä jatkuu live, älä huoli.
What this priest just said about UFOs just cost him everything. Stephen Rossetti, a Catholic priest and exorcist, recently drew a direct connection between aliens and the spiritual realm. Even though he presented this strictly as his personal opinion, the Catholic Church swiftly stepped in and stripped him of his duties. But what exactly was so dangerous about his theory on UFOs that forced the institution to completely silence him? Let's look at the full story to get to the bottom of this. Recently, there has been a lot of talk about UFOs and aliens, whether we hear about people in charge claiming that they exist or major Hollywood. Since the beginning of time, humanity has been obsessed. He referred to them as demons, claiming that what people believe to be UFOs or extraterrestrials are actually spiritual entities. Take a listen to what he had to say.
That is it. Demons like to hide. They don't want us to know they're around. They don't want us to know what they're doing because they're more effective when we don't realize it. Demons indeed can break into the physical world, and at times they can be seen. We actually have some photos of such things, and that we have documented that. Sometimes people will see shadow men. Many people who are possessed will see indistinct dark shadows, possessed houses, globes of light, all sorts of things, and more direct manifestations, evil hands, we've seen that, and actually images of beast-like creatures. So at times, demons will be manifest in this world. I had an incident not too long ago where someone who had a particular gift, and we've documented that gift, and she was shown a picture of a UFO. She said it's a demon. He thought that this person was possessed by aliens. I'm going, what? That's nonsense. That aliens, if there are aliens, don't possess people. That's nonsense. Again, it's demons trying to hide and trying to manipulate and disguise themselves.
So there was only one thing to be done, which was to kill the dead guy. In January 2004, so like under 2 months after the guy passed away, they went during the night, took the guy out of the grave, like 6 people went there. Everybody said the same story, that they found him with the red face and blood to his mouth.
There's an actual town in Romania where people have ripped out and devoured the hearts of the dead. And I'm gonna be meeting people who actually witnessed this happen. In 2004, a woman living in the Romanian countryside fell sick.
Se simțea vește câte noapte așa, deci ziua era bună și noaptea era rău, auzeam și îi venea rău, vedea vedenii așa pe pereți.
She began to have nightmares of her recently deceased uncle entering her room and consuming her blood. So 6 men of the village performed an ancient ritual. The 6 men believed the sick woman's uncle was a vampire. So they dug up his corpse, cut out his heart, and made her consume it. But the reason I want to solve this case is because after the ritual, she was apparently cured.
These people aren't on the internet. We can't email them or call them. So I got my boy.
Luați că oricum o să aveți nevoie de ei, că sunt destul de mulți bani. Sunt 10 milioane, cred că.
This happened a long time ago. My husband died, and when I went to his grave for a 3-week memorial, I saw a bloody rag. When it was reported to the police, they dug up the grave and saw his heart had been removed. He had been cut from the stomach all the way to his neck. It was my husband's nephew who believed he was a strigoi, a vampire. His own wife had fallen sick, and he was convinced his uncle was cursed and had come after her. He went to the grave at night and took out his heart. He took my husband's heart to the top of a hill and burned it. Then he had his wife consume the ashes, and right after she drank his ashes, she went to the doctor and got better. There wasn't even enough time to see if it was the ashes or...
Just 2 months ago, Oliver Tree posted this video to his social media, giving fans an update on his album.
Just got word that my album is no longer coming out. Love You Madly, Hate You Badly is a...
Level 1, the rejection. You are mid-song in an audition room where nobody is listening. The man in the center is on his phone. The woman beside him turned her chair away before you even started. You finish your song, but nobody cares. You're broke and out of options. Drive for an hour through roads you don't recognize. When the car finally stops, you're at a private mansion. The driveway is lined with people standing perfectly still, each holding a candle. They stare ahead, completely silent. You are led inside. Stone walls, low ceilings, candles arranged in a pointed star on the floor. Robed figures stand in a circle, with their heads slightly bowed. You realize that these people are not performing, they're not pretending. They are inside a ritual, and you are joining them. A voice asks if you're ready to give yourself over, if you're ready to sell your soul to the devil. You don't have a choice. You step inside the circle, and you say, yes. Afterward, you walk back to the car, and something has changed. Not in the room, but within you. You have crossed the point of no return. You've just signed a deal with the devil. Level 3, the handler. You get a job without even applying for it. The contract is 41 pages. You sign without reading all of it. The same evening, a woman appears at your door. She shakes your hand like she already knows everything about you. Sarah is your handler. She manages which events you attend, which relationships survive, and which people you are permitted to speak to. She slides a folder across your kitchen table. Inside is a song, fully produced, mixed, and mastered. You press play, and you hear a voice that is identical to yours. The exact texture, the breath between the lines. But you never sang a single word of it. You ask her who wrote this. She tells you it doesn't matter. And so, you publish the song. Level 4, the viral sensation. The song drops on a Thursday. By Friday, your phone does not stop ringing. You read the number of streams every second. The numbers just keep increasing by the millions. You call your mother. She cries before you can finish your...
Tiedätte, miten tämä skripti menee. Jos haluaa menestyä.
In the middle of the night, 20-year-old Charmaine de Rosario Sage is sleeping in bed when she awakens to a frightening sight. A reptilian humanoid staring down at her.
Whoa.
I woke up. A reptilian came into the room.
Tuohon on kiva
We went
herätä.
to an underground cave. There was a group of reptilians there, and they stood around me in a circle. Each one of them put one hand on my body, and I slowly changed. And it was the most amazing, but also sort of bizarre situation to look down at your body and see it morph from your human form into a reptilian form. To see the skin shift from being smooth into scales. And to find that I had a tail.
Could Charmaine's incredible story be true? Was she really transformed into a reptilian human hybrid? Charmaine claims she learned from her abductors that all humans today are byproducts of alien genetic manipulation. Some more than others.
At certain points in our history, different ET races have come to this planet, and they have not manipulated all of humanity, but certain groups.
Eli sinimustatkin on alien geenejä.
There are rumors that have come up to the Hill of a secretive project within the Department of Defense involving the manipulation of human genetics with what is described as non-human genetic material, potentially for the enhancement of human capabilities.
Ollaanko me edes 100% ihmisiä vai ollaanko me hybrideitä?
Hybrids.
Came into my office in Crestview, Florida, in a non-classified setting. I had members of my staff there, and what they explained is that the military ran a very secret program where aliens that were living were in forced breeding programs with humans that had been abducted from war zones and from even the caravans of migrants. Now, again, I didn't verify this, but what the whistleblower was telling me is that there were like between 6 and 12 locations around the country where this happened.
They were able to collect DNA from aliens.
John Ramirez, former CIA officer, 25-year career.
CIA had a program to trace this alien DNA in certain families, and particularly their children were of interest to CIA.
The CIA was tracking the activity of hybrids.
It would be a shakeup for institutions. It'd be a shakeup for norms. It'd be a shakeup in society.
What I want to make sure I'm understanding is a member of our government has told you and others, I guess, that there is a form of alien life and machinery which maybe brought this living creature here that interacted in some form with people?
Yeah, they have, and they've. It's pretty wild. I know.
It's me. They are walking amongst us. That's the title of Dr. David Jacobs' book. And that was written years ago.
Of being spun right now. Remember, we're not battling human beings, flesh. You were battling spirits and principalities. So Satan's got this narrative kicking in right.
Hey, Ultra, all of this.
Beings revealing themselves. So they're trying to give the cover story of the UFOs and aliens. But it's also important to remember this idea of the shapeshifters amongst us isn't just an American thing, and it's certainly not just caught a few of them, of these shifters out in public. People having experience with what appear to be possibly some of these hybrids, some of these creatures. And there's this one right here I want to show you, and this is super creepy. It's kind of a short clip, so I'll play it a few times. But what I really want you to pay attention to is listen to the voice coming out of this face. Look at the face; it's pretty crazy looking, and then listen to the voice, and it's very eerie, I think. So this is one of the more interesting catches I've found over the last few weeks. So check this out.
Can I use your phone to call someone?
Bro, mitä tää on oikeesti? Mitä tähän ristimeen?
Can I use your phone to call someone?
Auttaisitko skeneen?
Can I use your phone to call someone?
Manaus skeneen.
Can I use your phone to call someone?
Okay, kiitos. Riittää.
Reported from somebody's security system, and it took place in a regular neighborhood. You could assume houses, cars, people, but it was very strange. I showed this clip a few weeks ago. Since then, I've seen the clip showing up more and more in other places. I don't think it's because I showed it. I'm just saying that I've noticed an increase in people talking about this particular clip because it's very strange. There's a lot going on with this one, and it's hard to tell what exactly this being, this entity is, this creature. I don't know. But it certainly seems to be another shifter, and you'll see that near the end of the clip. But before that, what is this? I was wondering if I think that this right here could be.
Mitä ihmettä? Shapeshifter. Ok. Joo, mä en ikinä mene yöllä ulos yksin.
Here's a couple other short videos I wanted to show you when it comes to shifters.
It. Tell me! What are you talking about?
Whoa.
Watch his face transform. Some people could say this is just a lighting, but there seems to be something more dark going on here. This isn't normal at all. This is absolutely demonic, and this rapper goes by the name of Sway Lee. This just goes to show you that these artists in the music industry, they participate in a lot of dark things behind the scenes. Also, this video is for entertainment purposes only. I'm just showcasing this video clip and how weird it looked when the light hit him, but maybe it was just the lighting. Maybe that's all that it was. Again, you could.
that's going to be the explanation. I've said it for years. Other people have been saying it for years as well, that's what this is all about. We're not...
Hei. Kello on jo yli keskiyön. Kiitoksia kaikille. Tässä oli tämän yön Salaliitto-jakso. Toivottavasti opitte jotain uutta tai saitte mietittäväksenne jotain uutta. Oli tosiaan hyvin matskua. Pysykää suojattuina. Ja koitan lataa parhaimmat pätkät tästä livestä YouTubeen pian. Ja katsokaa edelliset striimit kanssa, tästä Kick-kanavan pystyy nähdä. Kiitoksia kaikille. Hyvää yötä Jeesus myötä. Siunattua seuraavaa päivää myös. Koko live näkee, kun tää live loppuu, niin sä näet sen tosta Kikistä, mutta odota huomiseen, niin myös näet sen YouTubesta. Jos on muuta kysyttävää muuta, niin seuratkaa somessa tai laittakaa viestiä. Ja muistakaa xdlst.net, verkkokaupat on auki. Kiitoksia, Slimin kuittaa. Peace.